Welcome to my channel, where mysteries unfold, strange tales come to life, and the unexplained takes center stage. Here, we dive deep into eerie legends, unsolved cases, and supernatural phenomena that defy logic. Are you ready to step into the unknown? Brace yourself, keep an open mind, and join us as we uncover the world's greatest mysteries. Please listen to the story Ghosts of the Beach House: A Family's Encounter. Growing up, I had a lot of paranormal experiences. They were super subtle sensitivity to energies, noticing things in the home, hearing things when I was growing up in Fredericksburg, Virginia, if you're unfamiliar with the place. There was a lot of battles that happened. In Fredericksburg, Virginia, there's a lot of paranormal activity. They do a lot of Civil War, Revolutionary War reenactment. My grandfather was a home inspector. He would take me on a lot of his home inspections, and he would tell me scary stories about the property. We would hear footsteps, and one time he was in a foyer of an old colonial home. A pot flew across. A lot of the times his equipment was moved. One time I was with him, we came back inside the house. I looked down on the floor. The door was open. There was 2 muddy handprints, and 1 muddy footprint for about 6 or 7 steps, as if somebody was crawling, because they didn't have a leg anymore. All of this was fun and games for me, until I had the experience I'm about to tell you about. It happened a couple of years ago, in a different location, Topsail Island, North Carolina. Topsail Island, it was a massive hub for pirates. People think that they can still see Blackbeard's ship on the horizon. People also think that it might be the last resting place of Blackbeard's treasures. Topsail Island has a significant amount of energy. I had none of this information. When my family booked a vacation in Topsail, they were renting the beach house. When my family booked this vacation, I did travel all the way from Pennsylvania. Down to Topsail, I was already pretty tired. The drive was a couple of hours. For 6, I think, my boyfriend at the time. He picked me up, drove me all the way down. I slept a little bit in the car, but I was still really groggy. When I arrived at the beach house, it was not scary at all. It was a white house on stilts. The area surrounding was very swampy, but nothing that alerted me to anything. It was about 2-ish o'clock in the morning. I had just woken up. I was super groggy. I wasn't aware of what was going on. I'm locked on the door. My grandfather, he opened up the door. They both were whispering. They were tired. No one else was in the house. We said our greetings. It was cordial. Come in, okay? Thank you. Let's go to bed. My grandparents requested that my boyfriend and I sleep in separate rooms. They pointed me to the back room where I would sleep. It was through the kitchen. His room was closer to the front entrance and had a loft bedroom upstairs. I remember going into that room and feeling the heaviest weight I have ever felt in my entire life. This should have sent off some sort of ringer in my head, but it didn't. I was so tired. It was this really dense, thick smog kind of feeling. The feeling that hits you in the center of your chest, on your back, on your shoulders. I completely ignored it, and I had no other thoughts in my mind. Just unpack your stuff and get to bed. And I was unpacking these. These thoughts were not my own. I felt the energy of my past relatives. My great-grandmother was there. My great-grandfather was there. My great-aunt, they were there to protect me, to take care of me, and I just ignored it. I picked the bed, and that was closest to the back patio. I fell asleep. Enough time had passed. We are creeping into the 3 o'clock hour. We are creeping into the witching hour. I don't even know how long I was asleep. I was woken up by a pressing into the bed. I was not shook. I was not nudged. Nothing fell. I was pressed. Like somebody had put their hands on either side of my chest and pressed me into the bed. It was constant. It was rhythmic and very heavy. I could feel the sides of the pillow curl around my head. My head was being pressed into the bed. Of the pillow was touching the sides of my face. I've had sleep paralysis before. This is not sleep paralysis. I was hit with that overwhelming feeling. My relatives are there. It was a chatter. It was very noisy in my head. I remember being unable to move. I opened my eyes. It was an operation. 6 inches from my face, it was the blackest black, but also had outlines I could tell was a woman. Her eyes were sunken in. They were pitch black. Her hair was floating. It was gray. It was coming out at all ends like Medusa, like she was in water. Her mouth was open like a snarl, latching onto somebody wide open. Her teeth were all sharp. She had white markings on her face, 2 that were going vertical, 1 on her forehead to her hairline, 1 down her chin, and 2 horizontal on the sides of her cheeks, as if somebody had put their fingers in paint and smeared them across their cheeks. This encounter seemed to go on forever. It felt like time had stopped. I was absolutely paralyzed. I remember sitting there in complete and utter fear, staring at this figure. I remember feeling like my breath was taken out of my chest. She was pulling it from me. I remember trying to scream and not being able to. I knew that. My own essence was starting to get compromised. All of a sudden, at once, I remembered that what you do in these moments is you remind the entity that you are the one that's alive. I shut my eyes and I started screaming. I'm alive, you are not. I'm here, you're not wanted here. All the while, I felt like my family was there. They were fighting this with me. It was completely chaotic and not of my own imagination. Suddenly, she was gone. The chatter stopped. The pressing stopped. I could breathe again. I could talk again. I ran into my boyfriend's room at the time. I remember saying to him, I either had a very vivid dream or I just saw a ghost. He had also had his own apparition that he experienced at a different time and a different location, and he went, oh, okay. Well, let's go to bed. I remember going to bed that night and not believing it. The next morning, I woke up and I told my family. I was very vague about it. They joked about it and went, oh, maybe it's haunted. And I was like, okay, maybe, and we moved on with our day. They didn't take me seriously at all. Even though my grandfather had had experiences in his past, as well as my grandmother. She even captured an apparition in Fredericksburg with her camera sitting in a pew. My family is relatively sensitive, but we have never dabbled with anything that was dark, deliberately messing with us in any way. We went out, learned all about the pirates and tops and everything. That night, we as a family were playing Monopoly. The kitchen table was right next to my bedroom door. It was just fine. We had lots of laughs. And my grandmother said, okay, I'm gonna go to bed. And my boyfriend was like, okay, I'm just gonna go to bed. It's just my grandfather and I in the kitchen, cleaning up the board. He goes to my door. He stops and he stares. He looks back at me and says, you're right. The pressure changes at night. And I went, okay. Well, I'm not going to spend the night there. I'm not going to sleep in that room. never again. He went, "I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you." And I spent the night within my boyfriend's room. Who had a twin bed? It wasn't an ideal situation. The next morning I wake up, and I hear my grandmother from the top of the stairs say in almost a joking way, "Baka saw the ghost." And Baka is the name that I call my grandfather. I went, "What?" She was joking. But my grandfather, he was really shaken. He comes downstairs. He says at about 3 a.m, he was woken up by being pressed into the bed. This is a detail that I did not tell him. When he woke up, he kept his eyes closed and he turned over to my grandmother, who was to his right. He said annoyingly, "Pat, why? Why are you waking me up? She's still kind of asleep." "Doug, I'm not doing that." In that moment, he hears his wife's voice next to him. He opens his eyes. He sees a tall, black, shadowy figure in a top hat, sitting in the chair at the foot of the bed. He said to her then, "Who is sitting in that chair?" When she woke up, he turned to her. It was gone. I decided to sleep in the same room as my grandmother. I remember having the light on the whole time and having this unmistakable pressure surrounding me, constantly like chatter in my head, static around me. The energy was off, and my eyes were fixated on the foot of the bed. The moment that 3 a.m. passed, I turned over, looked at the clock, and I think it was 3:05, 3:10. Suddenly I was able to fall asleep. We told the owners of this house what had happened. They said, "Oh, you've never had any ghost encounters before." So I put it to bed. Whatever that was. That was very much real. It became my ghost story. During COVID, I was flipping through some streaming service. There was some documentary style on sleep paralysis. They showed a picture of a sleep paralysis demon called the Old Hag. It was an artistic rendering, I think done over 100 years ago, and I froze. It's exactly what I had seen that night. There are other renderings of the Old Tag. That didn't quite fit the bill, but this one did. The sunken black eyes, the open mouth, the vampiric teeth, the floating gray hair, and the pressing on the chest, and it sent shivers up and down my spine. I found out that there are predominantly 2 sleep paralysis demons that have been known throughout centuries, throughout millennia, and across the world. Everybody's stories are exactly the same. It is pressing into the bed, stolen breath, something staring at you. The Old Hag sits on your chest, and the other one is called the Shadow Man. Shadow Man stands at the foot of your bed. He's oftentimes seen wearing a top hat. Putting this together, I realized I had seen the Old Hag, and the following night, my grandfather had seen the Shadow Man. We had no previous experience or knowledge of this. We were just 2 people that have had paranormal experiences before. Maybe these demons latched onto us that night because we were open. I have made certain that I am not as vulnerable as I was. That night, I found out that some people have had recurring visits from these demons, and it often happens because they are so vulnerable. I don't know if it was just age, but I have been way more receptive to the paranormal. I can see things, apparitions, and Elisa's story continues right after this. Stay with us. My ex-partner I was living with a couple of years ago, he was a big skeptic when I told him this. He would shrug it off. One night, I was really trying to understand, what is this? Is this something that I have now? What is this? I was woken up by him screaming in bed, shrieking. I turn over, I see him. He pushed himself up on the bed, trying to get away from something. He was staring at the door. He told me I saw a tall, black, shadowy figure standing in the doorway with a hat on. I don't know if he experienced the shadow man at that one point, but ever since then, he's only had brief experiences with hearing his grandfather, his grandmother. One time he saw his grandfather in a car door, but he's really had nothing significant since then. There was an apparition attached to an old, vintage vanity of mine that I've had for years. It was an elderly woman. This person was in my house at the same time. We looked up and he went, "It's a woman. Older woman, tall." I went, "White hair, Victorian." He went, "Yes. She's good, though she's just lost. I have actually been able to help a friend who lost her husband, unfortunately, to suicide. This was completely unintentional. I was chatting with her at a pool party. She started opening up to me, and suddenly her past husband was there. I was able to tell her things about him that she had not told me. I knew where he was touching her and how he was touching her. She started breaking down and crying. I don't know if that experience with that demon changed something in me that made me more open. But you bet I sage my house every day. I don't ever sleep on my back anymore. I just don't want to recreate that night. But it does seem that once these sleep demons enter your life, you become a little bit more attuned to the paranormal, I guess. Just had a lot of significant encounters since then. I used to live by an old iron mill, and I watched my dog get spooked by something, and at the same time I felt that pressure. The other night, I watched my other dog alert to the corner of a room where we have kind of an altar for my deceased dog that just passed. I watched him stare in that corner and alert to it, try to smell the air, and once again, I felt that pressure, but it was positive. When it passed over me, I felt a wind on my face. I just have a lot of these experiences nowadays, that it seems kind of normal. That veil has been thinned in a way. Still to this day, I haven't had any more encounters with her. I don't want to have any more encounters with her. Maybe I wasn't the right kind of energy she wanted to feed off of. People will chalk it up to, "Oh, you were sleeping," and if you do some research on it, people don't actually know what sleep paralysis is. They don't understand why it happens. If someone has experienced sleep paralysis before, they know that it's completely different than being manipulated and seeing a demon. That was very different. I don't know if I can find that picture, but if you Google old hag demon, somebody put this depiction in a nurse's outfit. It's like blue-purple colored is the hue of the painting, just the way that her mouth is open and her hair is standing on end, and how she's touching whomever she's sitting on. It's very similar to what I experienced. I don't know the origin. We have all of our theories on what demons could be. My personal theory is that demons are spirits that are stuck, that have been stuck for so many years. They become poltergeist and become demons. That's just my personal theory. Whoever the old hag and the shadow man are, they are ancient. They are millennia old. If you do some digging, you can find that there are encounters that people have had that are centuries old all across the globe. For me, that just validates it even further. Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis? Let me know in the comments or through Instagram. I'll leave my contact information in. the description of this episode. I'm on there as Edwin Cove, that's EDWINCOV. And if you have a story that you want to share, head on over to True Scary Story. Communications subscribers, I'll talk to you in the next episode. And thank you, everyone that has tried Scary Plus over on Scary Plus. I really appreciate your support. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story, The Witch Book. A family moves into a beautiful home in San Antonio, but what they thought was a fresh start quickly turned into a nightmare. Don't listen alone. My name is Edwin, and here is Veronica's true scary story. This dates back to August of 2018. My parents had decided to move from Round Rock, which is north of Austin. This happened to be a perfect timing for my younger sister and I, because I was transferring out of community college to a university in San Antonio while she was graduating high school and gonna go to a college in San Antonio as well. It was a beautiful house. It was a 2-story house, all brick in a gated community, which was like super fancy to us. About 6 months into living there, things really started to pick up. Instantly when you walk in, it had like an eerie feeling to it. The first instance is I was in my restroom. You can see the hallway, and it was a pretty long hallway connecting all 3 rooms. I saw my sister walk out, and I said something along the lines like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Earlier, my parents said they're gonna go grocery shopping, and I thought she was going with them, but she didn't reply back to me. I started saying "What are you doing?" but I couldn't see her. So then I started looking all around the house, and when I went outside to go check if the car was gone, and I saw I was home alone, which just really freaked me out. So I kind of brushed off a little bit, thinking, okay, maybe I'm just seeing things tricking my mind. A few months passed by again. So now, March of 2019, it just became super bad actually. My mom got really sick, which prevented her from working. So she had to stay home full time. My room happened to be right above my parents' room, and so my mom was in her room a lot. And she would tell me sometimes or text me at least and be like, "Hey, are you home?" I'd be like, "No, I'm in class or doing something." She would tell me she would hear footsteps in my room, sound like someone was walking around, and she didn't think too much about it. She just thought, maybe, yeah, I'm just so bored I'm starting to hear things. And because of that, my dad got my mom a small puppy. He was a month old at that age. He was already starting to bark. At the bottom of the stairs, he was terrified to go up the stairs actually. He will only go upstairs if one of us were with him. Already that was giving me a sign is something really here in this house? The attic was right above our room. Oddly enough, it was in this hallway. There was an entrance to the attic, and shortly after that, my sister starts to smell something super bad. My dad goes, checks it out. He comes back down, and it's a dead rat. But also, he finds this box. And in that box was a weird book of some sort, which had carvings into it. You could tell there were blood marks on it. You could tell there were. Maybe a piece of bone in there. As well, my mom's kind of superstitious and shows. She was already do not open that. Do not touch it, just go ahead and burn it. But my dad doesn't believe in any of this. So he said, "No, I'm gonna open it." He opens the book. And everything was in Latin, writing, and images and just stuff you see kind of in a witch book. And so it freaked me out. And my sister and my dad was okay, Mom is right, let's burn it. So we go in the backyard, and my dad just starts a fire and throws that whole box in there. It almost looked like the flames were starting to turn blue, like it wasn't from this world almost. After he did that, it kind of made the spirits mad a bit. More time passes. One night I was in my room, and I could hear what I thought was my sister calling my name. And I said, "Hey," like, "what's up?" And she didn't say anything back. I go downstairs because I was like, okay, I heard her literally say my name. And not just my name, I have a family nickname. And it's only she calls me that. And so I go downstairs, I'm probably getting a snack. And she comes to the front door, and I say, "Hey, like, Warrant, didn't you just call my name?" She goes, "No, I was outside the whole time." And that just freaked me out even more. That's when I really told her what was going on. Because not only did I hear my name, but I saw her months before. So I tell her what was happening. And she just kind of looks at me blankly. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm really going crazy. Well, my parents overhear us in the kitchen talking about this, and that's when my dad says, "Oh, we've been hearing things too." They start to tell me that downstairs. When they go to bed, they always close the door, but they kind of stay up a little bit and watch TV. Say they've been hearing like footsteps in the kitchen, and they assumed it was us. Well, one night they got scared because that door closed and they hear big footsteps, like outside their door, and it's like a small mini hall that you kind of have to turn into to get to their room. They thought it was one of us, and so they start calling out our names. We didn't say anything back, but they could hear it breathing. Well, he got up, opened the door, nothing. And they scared both my mom and my dad while all this was going on. We were all just kind of keeping this inside with each other, because I think none of us wanted to believe something was going on. So to hear that my mom and my dad and my sister, that we all have been hearing or seeing something, it was just spooky. My parents ended up reaching out to the previous owners of the house, because technically, my parents were renting out the house, and the owners, for whatever reason, didn't want to live there anymore. Well, my parents just reached down. We're like, "Hey, like, this stuff has been going on. Has stuff like this been happening to you all when y'all lived here?" And they said, "Oh no, nothing like that happened. But I think you should know this. The man had his mother living with them, and she happened to die in that house, in the room that I was sleeping in." When I find out this information, I think I turned cold. It just confirmed all the things that were happening around in that house to me, especially more towards me, because I feel like I was hearing the most and seeing the most things compared to my family. They also admitted that it was just her upstairs most of the time, so they didn't know what she was up to. But they were here late at night, walking around, talking, and they assumed that she was on the phone. One night, my sister said she was in her room, and she heard what sounded like me going through my stuff in my, like I said, we shared a wall together for our rooms. So if I was going through my drawers, or even turn on the TV, she could hear it. And she kind of just says like, "Hey," starts talking to me, but I never say anything back. Maybe 5 minutes pass, and she hears more noise coming from my room again. So she really gets up and sees that my door is closed, and was like, "Hey, like, I'm coming in to check on you." When she opens the door, she sees one of my drawers pull open. Right when she opens the door, but when she sees the drawer pull open, she realizes no one's in my room. There is only one instance where we all saw. So, something at the same time. October of 2019. Kid you not, it was Halloween night. We just got done trick-or-treating, and the front door actually was this glass-type front door where you could kind of see through it. So we had the front porch light on because we had just got done trick-or-treating. My mom's in the living room. My dad was actually out that night, so he wasn't home. But my sister and I were in the dining table, and if you lean backwards from your chair, in the dining table, you can see towards the front door. We hear the doorbell go off, and of course, in a 2-story house, that doorbell ring echoes everywhere. I lean back towards my chair from the dining table. When I see this tall figure, it's Halloween night, so, of course, costumes. And I was thinking to myself, maybe some teenagers are at the door or a teenager, because I could tell it was one person. So I grabbed the candy bowl. They ring the doorbell again. At this point, my mom and my sister behind me, kind of telling me to be careful, because it was late, but also like, yes, just get the candy out. As soon as I open the door, nothing. The shadow's gone, no one's at the front door. That freaked my mom out the most, because she's always just heard footsteps and heard things, but she never actually saw anything. So when she saw that no one showed up at the door, after we saw a shadow, we could tell someone was at the front door. That just freaked her out even more. I'm in my room one night, I go to bed like normal. But except this time, my mom's dog, he decides to sleep with me. And he never sleeps with me, but he decided to. We go to bed, and I always sleep with my door open. But in the hallway, since it was such a long hallway, we had a nightlight, so it lit up the whole hallway. I could see, if someone was walking in the hallway due to, the shadows and the passing of the nightlight. We're in bed, I'm dead asleep, and all of a sudden I hear our dog start to growl. I've never heard him growl before, but he starts to growl. It wakes me up, and I look over at him like, what is he growling at? And I see that his head is towards my door. So I look to my right, and I see in the corner of my eye, there are these long fingers with razor-sharp nails. I can see it through the shadow. And as it moves its fingers, it starts to crackle. It just starts to make bones popping noise. I realized his fingers and his whole hand is starting to cover the light switch, which is the only light switch. I have to put the light on. I didn't have a lamp in that room. I just freaked out. I didn't know what to do. Instantly, I'm just thinking to myself, whatever. This is this demon, this monster. It literally wants me in the dark. It's covering the light switch. I just got up, and I decided I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch it. 'Cause I need to turn this light switch on, and I did. And when I touched it, it felt scaly and very hard, and it kind of scratched me a bit. Light switch goes on. I'm hysterical. My mom's dog runs out of my room barking. Going down the stairs, I'm screaming towards my sister, and I'm waking her up. Please. Wake up, you need to hear what I'm about to say next. Because I'm not lying. She's listening to me. She's telling me to calm down, everything's okay. You're okay. I could tell she didn't believe me fully. But when I showed her the cut on my finger, I think that's when she kind of realized, okay, yeah, you're probably right. My parents come upstairs, they're like, what's going on? I tell them the same story, and I think they really believed me. because I was just so hysterical that I was not gonna sleep in that room for the rest of the night. When I finally slept in that room, if anything, it just made it worse for me because I was having constant nightmares and terrors. Every night I will wake up screaming of doing evil things to my family, which I've never had experienced that before. To this day, that really still shakes me to my core, truly. Because I have had previous experiences in the past, I am the most sensitive in my family to hear, feel things, but I've never actually had anything touch me, or me touch it that was the pushing factor for me to get out of the house. I had a feeling this entity was just going to continue to talk to me and play with me because it knew I was the one that could sense, see, and hear them the most out of the rest of my family. So I moved out after that. My parents and my sister both say they haven't heard much or seen anything after that. I was so scared that this entity followed me, really, because I touched it. So I didn't know what was going to happen. Thankfully, I have not seen or heard anything since. But I definitely do get nightmares about it still. Me back in that room. Me just being so still, shaking to my core, feeling I can't move. January 2020. My family decides to move out. And on the last day, my mom, she usually likes to take video recordings of the house, empty, just for her records and just to be oh, this was a fun memory. So my dad takes the video instead. He's taking the video around the house. He's going upstairs and he hits my room and he says, as soon as he hits my room, the phone goes dead. It was fully charged. It was working properly. And it just died all of a sudden. And when it died at the same time, he heard my mom call his name. He goes out, goes downstairs, doesn't see her, doesn't even see my sister. So he calls them. And he realizes he's home alone as well. Because they're gone. He gathered whatever he had left and took out of the house. He waited outside. He did not want to wait inside the house anymore, because that just freaked him out more. That was the last of it. We don't know what happened, who moved in after us. We told the couple that whoever they rent the house to, next to please advise, someone did pass away because things did happen. That was a spooky house I've ever lived in. And I'll definitely remember it. I definitely do sleep with the nightlights on. I do believe now that I am a stronger spiritual person. I do pray more. I got more into church after that, which helps me in my belief system. But I definitely get more hesitant when I do sense something, because I don't know if it's that same thing that's following me, or if it's something new completely. And I hope that I never experience anything like that. Again, you can get these stories without ads by trying out Scary Plus over on scaryplus.com and support our small team behind the scenes. At the same time, and also, please drop 5 stars for us in the reviews for the show, and we'll keep the stories going. If you have a story you want to share, head on over to True Scary Story. Links to everything are in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Gary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story, Something Evil Lurks in My Grandmother's House. In Ikibin Uch. I was roughly 5 or 6 years old. Me and my family had just gotten back from a vacation in Texas. We all stayed at my grandmother's house because it was closer than ours. And almost everybody was exhausted from the long drive. I had slept off and on in the car, so I was almost wide awake, but not fully. It was around, I want to say, 2 a.m., and I was in the living room watching one of my DVDs. I got through about half of it, and I heard the poor creak from upstairs. Then footsteps came down the stairs, and they stopped at the bottom, and there was another creak in the kitchen. I figured it was my cousin, because he would always come downstairs and get, like a midnight snack or something. But after a few minutes, I didn't hear him go back up. It was around 15 minutes later. The kitchen floor creaked again, heavier and louder before. At the time, there was no possible way for the floor to creak that much under his footsteps. My parents would always tell me that it was just my imagination whenever I would hear certain sounds. So I believed them at the time. I ignored it for a minute, and out of nowhere, everything in the room just felt heavy. I turned around, and I looked into the kitchen. That was the first time I saw it. It was staring directly back at me. It was a big, black, shadowy mass. It had very light, small piercing to red dots, which I'm just assuming were its eyes. It had a face, however. It was just blurry and disoriented. I tried to scream, but no sound came out because I was just that terrified. It didn't move at all. It was just standing there in the corner. After a few minutes, it just disappeared through that door. That's right next to the stairs. That leads to our laundry room. It went just straight through the closed door. I ran straight upstairs. Once that heavy feeling was gone, I stayed in my parents' room for that night. I didn't sleep. We went back to our house. A couple days later, that's when I mentioned to my mom exactly what I had saw. Her response was the same as it always was. It's just your imagination. We'll make sure your cousin stops watching scary movies around you. I didn't sleep well for about a month after that. At this point, I had grown insomnia and sleep paralysis from seeing this thing. Looking back at it, I feel like she believed me. However, at that time, I think that she just didn't want to scare me. She started to burn sage around the house almost daily. I never knew exactly why at the time, but the shadow person went away. One experience that I had, without that same shadowy mass, thing was just shadows around the house. If I went into the kitchen or something, I would see one in the corner of my eye. But whenever I would turn my head, it would just go back behind the wall it was, or go back behind whatever it was behind in the first place, almost as if it didn't want to be seen. It was the day of my 12th birthday. Everything went well, and I had the average birthday party that a 12-year-old would have. All my family, my friends, it was just a big party. Everybody had left already because it was around 11 p.m. I was in bed, almost about to fall asleep. I decided to turn on my TV. I don't know why, but I fell asleep. I woke up, I felt like I couldn't breathe correctly. And the energy in the room, once I became aware, it felt the same as it had before. At my grandmother's house, I opened my eyes. That is when I saw it for the second time. It was standing at the edge of my bed this time, just staring back at me, with the same red eyes as it had before. My door across the room from me slammed. I screamed and my mom rushed in. Within a matter of seconds, it was gone. My mom was yelling, "What happened? What happened? Are you okay?" Just over and over and over. And then she sat on the bed with me, trying to comfort me. I looked at her, and her face was just pale. I had 3 long scratches on my chest, and bruising around my neck that almost looked like fingerprints. The first thing she said after noticing these things was, "You're not sleeping in here anymore," after about a week of me not sleeping in my bedroom anymore. She decided to start cleansing again. That didn't work this time. I don't think it was enough. My parents began arguing, which wasn't like them. They've always been a very happy couple. At that point, they were together for a little over 20 years. Everybody in the house just became extremely negative. Within a few months, they had gotten divorced. I remember 2 months after they divorced. My mom had called my grandma to come over. I had no idea what they were talking about. But after that, my mom just became severely religious. She would constantly pray over me in my room. She would constantly bless the house. She was doing more sage than before. She had put up crosses everywhere in the house, and it was just a constant cycle. We continued this for months, and at this time, she got sick. It was cancer, which came completely out of nowhere, like cancer usually does. The timing of it just wound up a little bit too much. That's when she decided that we are going to need professional help. She started getting a priest to come around because she didn't have the energy from the chemo to do everything like she was before. So he would bless the house twice a week. I think it was, and he would bless my cousin. He would bless me, my mom, just everything. It seemed to be helping, but it was just too much. I think for everybody. And my cousin ended up moving out. He was 17. Me and my mother were still severely negative. But after he left the house, about a week after he was just back to his normal self, I was still having the same shadow. The ones that just hide when I look at them. They never would scare me. So I wasn't necessarily scared of them, because there wasn't any bad energy. When I would see them, unlike with the other thing, it was a Sunday morning and my mom had woken me up, way earlier than she normally would, and me being a very moody teenager, I was like, "Ma, what do you want?" And then she said this, in a tone that was just heart-stopping, if that makes sense. Because my mom isn't a very serious person. She's always been very bubbly. Like I was before all of this happened. She sat on my bed on the edge of it and she was like, "We need to talk." This was the moment that changed everything for me, for the rest of my life, including today. The first thing that she said was, "I believe you." My jaw dropped pretty much. She finally had told me what her and my grandmother had spoken about. That day, she told me what my grandma had done years prior to their conversation. It was the 70s. She had wronged a lady, and the lady had threatened to curse us. That would follow through. The women in the bloodline. It obviously didn't want to believe it. But my mom was very shaken up as she was telling me this. She described the same shadowy figure, like the one that had the very heavy energy. She described that to a team, and we had been seeing the same exact thing. It's just been a pattern. My mother has a sister as well, a twin sister, and she had a baby girl that is my cousin. And the same thing happened to her. I almost had a sense of relief, because I wasn't the only one. My grandma hadn't mentioned anything to my mom until that one day they sat down and had to talk. This was the point where everything slightly goes blank. I don't remember much from that day, but right after she told me that information, then she let me know that it's not going to go away, and that it's never going to go away. Anyone who knew me knows that I have always wanted to be a mother. So, when my mother told me that, I wasn't going to be able to have a baby girl without risking her having the same trauma. And that seeing that same figure as us, to say the least, I was very heartbroken. after I learned that it was bloodline related. I moved out, and I moved into a small house now. I'm now 21, and I am married. I still see that shadowy mass pretty frequently, because I'm not cleansing the house, like my mother and the priest were doing before, to make everything stop. I was going to church, but that was all I could really do. So I have now come to terms with the fact that this is not gonna go away, and I'm still gonna see that same thing, regardless to what I do, considering it's only physically harmed me once. I just don't bother with it. When I see it, I'm obviously terrified, but I feel as though it can't really hurt me anymore, because I'm not letting it. When the first and the last physical attack happened, I was 12, so I feel as though I couldn't really force it not to hurt me. But now that I am older and I have matured more, it just stands in the corner now. I still have minor experiences with the shadow people who duck behind the doors, but I'm still not getting anything bad from them. I think they're just lost, honestly, and they're not quite sure how to move on. I am no longer living in Arizona. I visit pretty frequently, just because my mother is here. I'm so haunted by this on a daily basis, and I hope that my story would help somebody who's going through something similar that is borderline related, would make them feel less alone. Which is the whole reason why I'm sharing this. You can support the shows and stories by trying out Scary Plus, or dropping some stars for us in the reviews if you liked it. Don't forget to tap follow so you get next week's story. If you want to share a story with the rest of us, head on over to truescarystory.com. Links to everything are in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story. A warning from my mother. What happens when eerie encounters refuse to be ignored? One man's life has been haunted by inexplicable events. But now, avoiding the supernatural may no longer be an option. My name is Edwin, and here is Andrea's true scary story. My name is Andrea. I'm from South Africa. My mom is the very spiritual one. And because I'm Portuguese, we are part of the Christian Catholic religion. She would tell me a lot growing up about seeing things, or giving messages, or getting messages from somebody, saying something is about to happen in your life. She didn't really influence me as much. And my dad also didn't quite believe in it as much as what she did, but throughout my life, there's been a few small things that happened that I'd talk to her about. And then she would always turn around to me and say, "Yeah, you see, it's real." When I was 8 or 9 years old, just after my sister was born, we used to live in this very big mining house. So in South Africa, when you work for the mines, which is what my dad used to do, they would provide housing. Now, the housing that was provided was built back in the 1960s. And in this house, there's a lot of wooden floors. You could hear quite well when somebody was walking around through the hallways towards the bedrooms, towards the sitting room. It was quite difficult to sneak around the house. The first encounter occurred one night when I was taking a bath in my parents' bathroom. All of our rooms were on the same side of this house. If you walked down the hallway facing the rooms, my bedroom would be on the right, and my parents' would be on the left. The bathroom would also be on the left, but it would be just before my parents' bedroom. I was taking a bath in their bathroom this one evening. My dad was working late due to some incident that happened at the mine. I was playing with my toys in the bath when I heard footsteps coming down the hallway. I could tell that this was my mom walking towards the bedroom. When I saw her walk past, I greeted her and kept playing. thinking everything's normal. She went to fold up laundry in the bedroom. After a few minutes, I heard heavier footsteps coming down the hallway, so I shouted for my dad, thinking that he had arrived home safely. My mother shouted from the bedroom saying, "No, your dad can't be home because he hasn't called me yet. He's still underground dealing with the incident." So I thought that was strange, but carried on playing anyways. And then I heard footsteps coming down that hallway, towards the bedroom again, still sounding heavy. So I thought again that it was my father. I shouted to my mom that, "Hey, Dad is home." But she shouted at me again, saying, "No, he's not home. She still hasn't received the call. He's still at work. He's still underground." Right after she told me that, I heard the footsteps coming towards the bathroom again. But it's as if they were going to walk across the entrance to the bathroom. So I waited, and I looked to see if there was anyone coming through. But I didn't see anyone. The footsteps stopped, and I was looking at the hallway and didn't see anybody there. I faced basically the bathroom door, which was open, and it looked like some weird black cloak disappeared behind the bathroom door. As I was looking at it, I freaked out. I shouted for my mom to come get me. I told her what had happened, so she came running. I kept staring at the door. When she came in, I pointed to the door, trying to explain to her what I just saw. And then she just told me that if I ever see darkness, or see anything that's out of the ordinary, I must pray. She would always be watching over us, with regards to the spiritual world. You know, the paranormal. And sometimes she would even tell us things that either hasn't happened yet, and then it would happen, or you know something that we wouldn't have told her, but she knows about it. It's actually frightening sometimes. I'm even getting goosebumps right now, thinking about it, and I have a funny feeling that when I am done here, I'm gonna probably get a phone call from her, saying that, "No, were you talking about me?" Because stuff like that happens. It's weird. This was a few months later. I used to have a pet hamster named Alex in my bedroom. If you go straight into my bedroom, my bed would be on your left. Then I would have a desk at the end of the bed, and then I would have this huge window facing our back garden. While I had my hamster Alex, I had him in a cage, and the cage was always on that desk in front of the bed. When I tried to go to sleep during the night, I would hear the squeaking coming from his little wheel that he would run on. I think it was a few days before the event. He somehow escaped from his cage, and he ran out of my window. We looked inside the cage. We could not find it. We searched quite thoroughly for it, and we just couldn't find Alex the hamster. Few days later, after he had disappeared, I went to bed quite early because it was a school night. I woke up during the night feeling uneasy, as if something is watching you, or someone's there in the corner, just staring down at you with this pressure on you. It's quite a strange feeling. I sat up, and I didn't hear my parents in the television room, so I assumed that it was late enough, that they were already sleeping. I tried to go back to sleep. I heard the footsteps coming down that hallway again. At first I thought maybe it's my mom, because my mom would stand up, take the dogs outside for them to go and do their business, and then she would come back inside. But it would have been a bit strange if it was just her on her own, because normally she would have the dog's footsteps following behind her. I just kept feeling like there was some sort of pressure, surrounding the atmosphere in my room. But I heard the footsteps, and they started getting closer to my bedroom door. My bedroom door would normally be closed enough that I could still have a bit of light coming from the hallway if somebody turned on the light. But there was no light at all. So I know for a fact that it wasn't my mother. Then the feeling of a supposed anxiety got worse. The footsteps kept coming, stopped right outside my door. Something pushed my door lightly so that it could open a bit. And I saw it opening, and I thought, okay, you know what? My mom is just checking up on me. She's making sure I'm sleeping. Because it is a school night, but nobody poked. Head around to see me nothing. And I began to hear my hamster's wheel start squeaking, as if he was running on it, but running super fast. That's when I just freaked out. I threw the blanket over my head. I screamed out in terror. When that squeaking got so loud, it's as if it was right next to me. Mother came running from her bedroom, asking me what's happening. Stopped. We checked the cage. No hamster. After that event happened, we went outside of our front door. So the front door to the whole household was actually quite close to where my bedroom door was. So I always thought that he escaped through the window and into the garden. And the next day, I found him in the garden right in front of the front door, which was amazing. He came back. My mom said that something was kind of affecting me, so she said that we need to call somebody to come and cleanse the house, to get the house clean. But my dad was always very against the idea. This would cause quite a lot of fights between them. Money wasn't a problem for us. We were very fortunate. But my dad was always under a lot of pressure at work. Whenever he got home, there would be quite a lot of negativity from his side, because his work was not easy. Especially for the mines in South Africa. It's quite a difficult job to do, so he was under a lot of pressure all the time. Because of that, my parents used to fight quite a lot, so I could hear them sometimes screaming at each other, shouting. My dad would be the first one to really raise his voice. But my mom used to keep saying this thing to him of, "You are bringing such negative energy into our household, and it's affecting your son. So that's basically affecting me." We moved around quite a lot because of my dad's work. So we moved into this brand new house. We had an upstairs and a downstairs. This is why. This makes these events a bit strange for me. Because nobody has lived in this house at all. We were the first family to live in this house. This was about 2 years after my sister was born. This one night, my sister and I, we were downstairs. My sister was sleeping on a 2-seater couch. Opposite me and I was on the other. Similar 2-seater couch watching TV. My sister's sleeping. She's tossing and turning a little bit, but nothing is bothering her as much. Next, out of the blue moment, she wakes up, she looks at me, and as if it was a ticking time bomb, she just started screaming, as if somebody was physically hurting her. So I got up, I ran to her, and I tried to calm her down. And a few moments later, my mother came down, asking, "What did I do? What did I do?" So my mother came, picked her up. She calmed her down. And then my mother sat on the couch with my sister. And everything was fine. We carried on watching TV. My sister fell asleep. My mom's arms. My mom put her down next to her, just to give her a more comfortable position to lie in. After a few minutes, once again, out of the blue starts freaking out. Just didn't make sense. But she did this thing where she would sit up. She starts screaming. But then she's pushing something in front of the couch. She's like extending her arm away. as if something is attacking her from under the couch. So she just kept extending her arm, trying to push something away. We are going towards her. My mom picks her up, and she's still got her arm extended, pushing whatever it is. We both freaked out by what's happening. So my mom just takes her starts praying. Still don't know what happened. But my sister talked about it later on, when we got older, and she says no. She remembers that. It was these black dogs trying to attack her. They were trying to drag her away. That's what she remembers. That's so quite strange. Time passed. We still in this new house. I'm sleeping in my room if you climb up the stairs. The first door directly in front of you was the entrance to my bedroom. Left was the office/study room. And then on the other side of that was my parents' and my sister's bedroom. I fell asleep that night and woke up with that same uneasy feeling I had in the other house. I'm lying down facing the entrance, and I can see my cupboards, where my clothes and toys used to be packed away. And I saw that my middle cupboard where my toys were was left open, which is a very strange thing to happen, because every time I went there to put on my clothes, before climbing into bed, I was taught from my parents that I must always close a cupboard and don't leave it open. I could see like an outline of the shelves, and it was very bright, like white. So even though it was dark, you could still make out a little bit of the shape of the shelves. Once I saw that, there was kind of like a weird cloth that I saw in the previous house, coming out of the cupboard, but sloping downwards like smoke. If you've ever seen cold vapor, whatever flowing down the shelf. If you open the freezer during a really hot day, and you see that vapor just crawl underneath and fall straight down because it's cold. It was like that, but it's black. I tried to close my eyes, didn't want to look at it, but I looked at the cupboard again, and that's when I saw these two. Bright red eyes looking at me, and I jolted awake, like your body just jumps up from, as if you got a fright when you're falling. Screamed my lungs out. Even our house alarm went off, which was also strange, because nobody was at the bottom story, or the downstairs area. It's almost as if the alarm went off at the same time as I did. My mother ran in. She said her famous words. "Okay, just pray. I told you, if you see that, you need to pray, don't let it in." But I was just so freaked out. I didn't think of doing that stuff. The same house again. I think I was lucid dreaming. You can't move your body at all. You can move your eyes, but you can't really move your body at all. So I think in this evening, that's what was happening to me. So I was sleeping and woke up very late in the morning. Can't remember the time, probably off to about 2 a.m., and I couldn't move my body, as if it was like, with an instinct, I looked at the cupboards, where I saw that shadow face thing with the red eyes. But my cupboards were closed. Didn't see anything. So I thought, okay, I'm safe, I felt comfortable. Then I decided to look at my bed, my headrest. That was a big mistake. So I saw this face, like a face that had a mask above my head. It started forming. But it did it in such a way that it's like it just starts appearing out of thin air, solidifying this very vivid, detailed image of a face in front of you. I don't know whose face it was, because it looked like it was wearing a mask. I freaked out. I felt this heavy pressure. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move, but I tried to see if I could wake my body up. I kept trying to move. It still kept coming towards me after it had formed. Eventually, I got feeling in my body and I punched at the face. kind of like a fight or flight response. I remember seeing my arm going through it before he disappeared. Since then, if I ever have like a lucid dream, or if I'm ever awake, but I can't move my body, I will keep my eyes closed because I don't want to see that again. There was just such a horrible pressure after that. And I think that's why I just tried to fight it. My mother would always try and be in control, and she would always cleanse. Even if my dad didn't believe it, she still did it because she believed that it was, like, very important, and she would always protect us. My grandparents are from Portugal. My uncle, my mom's brother, he passed away when he was 24, and my uncle was buried there. So when we went to visit, we stood on top of his grave. And since that first time, I always have like a comfortable feeling that he's around me. You know that I know everything is fine. And my mother says that he is always around the kids, always around my sister and I. He is our guardian angel. He is protecting us. And I think that's sometimes why I see things, even if I don't believe them. I will still experience small things. My mother is quite a big role in all of this stuff because of her being more religious. So everything, ironically enough, kind of ties around her. I used to have an ex-girlfriend in high school. Her mother passed away when she was about 3 years old. So she hasn't had a mom for many years. It was quite sad, but, she carried on. So we started going out. She used to tell me about her mom, and, I used to see her. Pictures of them when my ex was a little baby, with her mom on her mom's lap. What happened with this story was, she told me about her mom, and she would sometimes have quite vivid dreams, as if her mom was still around her. I always thought, I don't think there's anything there. Maybe there's no meaning to the messages that your mom's trying to give you in your dreams. So she would say that her mom in her dreams would say, no, that she's found someone that she can talk to. And I thought, okay, that's very weird. Then she says that her mom felt a pulling force towards another person. It wasn't me, because I didn't really feel anything change, and nothing happened to me specifically. However, because we were going out, and her mom kept telling the daughter that, oh, I'm feeling a pulling force. She was actually feeling that pulling force to my mom, so I disregarded everything she said. But a week after that, my mom says, listen, she's not feeling well. There's someone that is bothering me. When I'm trying to sleep, and I asked my mom, what do you mean I don't understand? Who is someone? So my mom says no. She woke up, she saw this lady talking to her, and she wanted my mom to try and communicate with her daughter through my mom. She kept bugging my mom for 2 nights, and my mom eventually had enough, and she came to me and said, listen, I need to have a talk with this girl. I need her to come over now. I need to sit down, because this lady is bothering me the whole time. I cannot sleep, it's messing me up. So much so that my mom even looked sick. My ex came over, we sat down around a table. My ex didn't have to say anything. My mom told her everything about her mom, how she passed, why she wants to communicate with her. She wore glasses, a specific accessory that you need for every day. So she says no. She wore these black glasses, and she did this. And these are the common things that she would want you to remember her for. And my ex broke down in tears, saying she can't even explain, because she never told me all of those details to me, so that I would tell my mom no. My mom knew all of this stuff all by herself. That was very scary. Still, these things happen. And my mom still says you are sensitive to it. Even if you deny it, You still gonna see it because you're sensitive to it. But I don't know, I'm 27 years old now. It's freaky that it still happens. You know, they say that dogs can see this sort of thing. We have a little pickiness. Sometimes during the night, he stares at the door and he barks and he doesn't stop. This one last event happened about 2 weeks ago. I normally set my alarm for 5 a.m. or 5 a.m. so that I can drive to work, because it's about an hour's drive. But what happened this morning? I forgot that I actually switched it off. So my first alarm went off. I would normally snooze it. Then my second alarm would go off 30 minutes after the first one. But this morning I switched both of them off. Don't know how, but that happened. Now it's 6 in the morning when I always leave for work. I was in dreamland. I heard this scream. Like this loud shout as if it was right in my ear. That woke me up, and you wake up. You get a fright, you trying to catch your breath. That's how I was. I thought, what's happening? Is it my girlfriend? Is she okay? Because we live together. So she's next to me. So I thought, oh, maybe she's screamed no. She's passed out. She's not even facing my direction. Whatever it was, woke me up at the exact time that I had to go to work. So then I phoned my mother about this, and I told her the story of what happened. As I'm telling her the story, she tells me no. I'm getting goosebumps right now, just hearing you. Tell me about this woman that screamed. And then she starts asking me questions like, was she old? Was she young? I said to her, I don't know. I can't really tell how. The difference between an old and young scream, but it's a scream. And then she tells me it's weird that it's a woman, because it would sound maybe like your uncle and not somebody else. So then my mom says, listen, you need to be careful because it would be maybe possible that it's your uncle. If it's a man's voice, but if it's a woman, maybe it's something else. So be careful. Do you know of someone who has a true scary story that takes place in the woods? Let me know by going to truescarystory.com and to get in touch or join our Scary Plus members that get to listen ad-free. Check out scaryplus.com or get in touch with me if you have any questions. I'll leave links to everything in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story. The man in the top hat. Growing up in a haunted house is one thing. But what if the spirits follow you wherever you go? This is a chilling account of a family tormented by ghosts, demons, and dark entities. My name is Edwin, and here is Chris's true scary story. The earliest memory of anything happening that I can remember is, I was probably around 6 years old. We had this house, my grandparents lived there. It was in Virginia, so it was a very, very old house. There was a lot of us. So there was my mom, my dad, myself, my 2 younger siblings, and my youngest brother. Generally, when there is a lot of people in one home, things become very active. You feel things, you sense things, you pick up on things. When we moved in, my grandmother told us that there is a spirit in the house, and my grandmother was involved in a lot of different things like tarot cards and doing readings and things like that. So she was already very sensitive. She would tell us, hey, there is a spirit in this house. We call him Angel, and she just wanted to let us know, in case we saw anything or felt anything. I remember never feeling comfortable in that house. I always felt like somebody was watching me. I never physically saw anything, but it was just creepy. I just did not want to be in that house. I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it made me feel. There was this one time that me and my sisters were playing, and we were playing very, very loudly. My grandma, she's in the kitchen. She comes running out of the kitchen, telling us that we need to be quiet because she saw the spirit. She saw Angel. There was a door in the kitchen that led to the garage, and she said that she saw a white mist coming from the bottom of the door into the kitchen. She started screaming like we heard her scream. So she runs into the living room yelling at us. Mind you, my grandmother never yelled at us when we were kids. We would write on her white couch with markers, and she never yelled, so for her to come into the living room, screaming and yelling at us, I knew something bad had happened. So me being my 6-year-old self, I yelled, I hate Angel. I don't care what Angel says. And then the very next day, I come down with this strange virus. We didn't even know what it was, but I remember being insanely sick, to the point where I was actually admitted into the hospital, and I was in the hospital for 3 days. No doctors, nobody can find anything wrong with me. And I remember my parents talking to my grandmother, and they said, yeah, it was Angel. It was the spirit that had attacked me physically that was causing me to become so ill. My grandma actually told us that the owner of the house had shot himself in the head in the attic. You can only access the attic through the garage. So it made sense when my grandma was saying that. She saw that mist coming from the door because it LED'd to the attic. The next time we experienced something, it happened in this house. It was in Little Washington, North Carolina. Another really large, old, creepy house all on the East Coast. I was probably around 8 or 9 when this happened. We didn't really feel things, like we would see things, but we didn't really feel anything. Except for my one sister. She was probably around 7, and she would talk about the dark man. She would tell us that he would follow her. He would watch her, and he was this tall, slim, dark figure, and he had a top hat. And I asked her, well, how long has the dark man been following you? And she said, all my life. There was this one instance where it was really late at night. My father was watching TV in the living room. My mom was asleep. Me and my younger sister, we had woken up in the middle of the night, and we realized, hey, Jen's not here. She's not in bed. Where is she? So we go downstairs, and the way that the house was set up is there's a huge living room with the TV. There's a couch in the middle, and then there's stairs that lead up to our bedrooms, because we were sleeping upstairs at the time. So when you come down the stairs, you can see the TV, and there's this tiny little hallway to the side that's kind of casted and, in the moonlight, in the dark, so to speak, because it was really, really dark, even with the TV on, because of how large the living room was. So me and my younger sister, we come downstairs and we see her in this dark corner, bathed a little by moonlight, and we can make out that she is standing in that corner, holding a steak knife. All she's saying to herself is she's saying, kill John, kill John, kill John, kill John, kill John, kill John. That's my dad's name. So we go to her, and I'm shaking her, and I'm like, Jen, what's going on? What's going on? And she's just saying over and over, kill John, kill John, kill John. Me and my younger sister are just looking at her, and she's like in a trance, and she's just saying this over and over again, to the point where I'm like violently shaking her, and she finally snaps out of it up. She's like, oh, my gosh, it told me to kill our father. She gets her finger and she points into the dining room. No light whatsoever, and she said that over there. She described it as a black figure with super red, glowing eyes. I today believe that that was a demon. There's no other thing for it. And I was like, Jen, let's put the knife away and let's go upstairs. And let's go in bed. And she was really weak, just kind of like swaying a little bit. So we took her back upstairs later in bed. And me and my younger sister at the time, we did not want to go to sleep because we did not know what was going to happen. Was she going to wake up in the middle of the night and do it all over again? After that, we just started praying and we're like, please, God, don't let this happen again. Please, God, shed your blood of protection upon us. Because my family is very, very religious. And the very next day, we were like, hey, do you remember doing this? She had no recollection whatsoever of that happening. We're all in our late 30s now. And she's like, no, that never happened. I wasn't sleepwalking. I wasn't dreaming. Me and my little sister both have this memory of her doing this. We know that it happened, even though she doesn't believe us. We never actually told anyone. This is the first time that I am talking about this since we were little kids. Another situation that we had. This was a house that we had. Again, lived in with my grandparents and my aunt and her son. So there's 9 people living in a 3-bedroom house. Super, super tiny house with just a lot of people. Everyone had an experience in this house. I was around maybe 9. This is when I actually saw the dark man that my sister had talked about. I remember that it was really late at night. My grandma was asleep on the bed that I was on. In my sister's cause, she would always sleep with us. And I remember I was watching TV. It was super late at night. And then I just felt this strange feeling come over me, that somebody was watching me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had chills. It got very, very cold. I'm facing the television. Right next to the TV is the door that leads into the hallway. I turn my head. I cannot move. I cannot speak. I remember my eyes popping out of my head because I see exactly what my sister had described. A tall, slim figure with a top hat. No face, no eyes. It's just this dark thing staring at me. I could not move. I could not speak. I wanted to scream. I'm just looking at it, and it's looking at me. And then I remember just closing my eyes and being like, please, God, don't let anything bad happen. Please, God, let me wake up from this, whatever is happening. Let me wake up from this. I don't want to be hurt. I was scared, terrified. And then I open my eyes, and it's gone. The feeling is gone. Everything is gone. I didn't wake up my grandma. I didn't wake up my sisters. But the next day, I told them what had happened. So while we're all talking about this, they're like sharing their experiences now. 'Cause we had lived in the house for, I would say probably maybe 3 to 6 months. My sister saw this little girl. So she was in the bathroom, and she was just kind of playing around in the bathroom. There's a big mirror, and she was looking in the mirror, and just kind of doing like funny faces and stuff. She said that she heard something in the bathroom. Nobody is in there with her. It's just her. This was the same sister that we believe had been possessed. She was looking in the mirror. And then she looks to the side, and she said that she sees this little girl with these curls dressed in early 1900s clothing. It was like a pink dress, and she had these ribbons and tights. and these pink shoes, and the little girl was just staring at her. It approached her a little bit, and then she looks back in the mirror at herself, and it's gone. She bolts it. She runs out of the bathroom. We were in the bathroom again, and we were like putting on makeup and whatnot. And my sister was with me at the time. We're looking in the mirror, and we're just kind of playing around. We're like, 9 or 10, and then I see this man, and his face is dirty, and he's got like all these cuts and bruises, and he's wearing a black and white striped gel outfit that you would see, like from the 1900s. He's got this hideous smile, and he's just smiling at me. I would say. I probably stared at him for about 10 seconds, and then it got really cold. And me and my sister looked at each other, and she was like, "You saw something, didn't you?" My younger sister and my younger cousin, who also lived in this house, talked about how they would see this clown. And this clown was again early 1900s with the face paint and the hat and a dirty clown outfit, and he would just watch them. Now, me and my other sister never experienced. We never saw the clown, but my younger sister and my cousin saw it, and neither of them knew what each other was seeing. We didn't talk about this again until we got older. Later, after we moved out of this house, we found out that there was multiple murders. Around the area, we lived next door to a chiropractor. It became a chiropractor. But it was a very old house that they had knocked down, and 2 people were murdered in that house. We also found out, because we lived on a main road, that there was a bunch of accidents and people jaywalking that would be hit by vehicles and that were killed. We don't know what century it took place in. We don't know if it was a 1900s, but we found out that there was murders next door. There's another house that we lived in, and this is up in Michigan. It was a 2-story upstairs, downstairs 3 bedrooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms downstairs. Very large kitchen is very large house. My grandparents lived there on my mom's side. My cousins lived there. We lived there. There had to be at least 13 people living in this house at one time. We called it the Amityville house because everyone saw something. Every person that lived in that house experienced something. It would get worse. When we had like a Christmas party there, and we had 30-some people in the house, that's when I got really, really, really strange. I always felt uncomfortable in this bathroom. It was my uncle's bathroom, and he had painted it all red. We used to call it, the Bloody Mary bathroom. Red carpet, red tile, a black sink, a black toilet, a red shower. Like everything was black and red. It was crazy. My younger sister, her and my cousin were just kind of like in one of the bedrooms with the red bathroom, because it was connected to it. They were just laying on the bed, and they were watching TV, not really doing anything. My sister saw a pen fly across the bedroom, hit the wall, and they're both like, "Did you see that?" It had kind of become normal for us to see these things in this house. So we didn't really make a big stink about it. Like, we're like, okay, that happened. My cousin, he fell asleep downstairs on the couch. I was upstairs with my sisters. We were all asleep. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. We're all asleep. My cousin comes running upstairs screaming at me. "Why did you pull my hair? Why are you hitting me? What are you doing?" And we all wake up because he's screaming, and I'm like, "Dude, I was never downstairs. I've been up here the whole time sleeping." And he's like, No. You slapped me in the face and you pulled my hair, and I saw you run upstairs. to this day, he fully believes with his whole entire being that I was the one that did that. Another thing that happened with my grandfather is he was also asleep on the couch. He said he saw these two little girls by the living room door, just jumping around, making noise and playing. It's the middle of the night. We're not going to be downstairs bothering my grandfather. We were upstairs asleep. So we hear him yelling, "Stop making noise. Stop playing, go to bed." And we're like, we're upstairs sleeping. But you can hear him yell because there was no door that separated the stairs from the downstairs to the upstairs. And then the next morning he's like, "Why were you guys playing downstairs in the middle of the night?" I was trying to sleep. We were like, "Grandpa, we weren't downstairs. We were asleep. We heard something. We didn't know if that was you yelling at us or not. But we weren't downstairs." And again, this is another one of those things that happened in this house where we were just like, okay, it's the spirits. It's whatever it is that's here is doing that. I was again 16th, 17, and it was cool to smoke cigarettes back then. So I had stolen a cigarette, stole the lighter, and I had nowhere to go but outside. I went through the kitchen to the back doors again. This is about 2 a.m. I was talking to my cousin on the phone late. You know we were joking around. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go have a cigarette." I make sure that the door that separates me from the downstairs door is open. Because you close that door. It locks. You cannot open that door from the outside. You have to be inside to open the door, so I'm outside. You know, on the cell phone with my cousin. Cell phone. I'm smoking and everything. And it's late at night and we're in a field. And I'm looking around and I'm like, why did I think that this was a good idea? It is really, really creepy out here. I'm like, I need to get back inside. So, the door that I had left open was still slightly open. But to my horror, the door that connects to the kitchen to get in is closed shut. So I am jiggling the handle of this door, and I cannot get in. There was no wind. It was a summer night. There was no storm. No wind that could have shut that door from the inside. Nothing. It had to have been something that was on the inside of the house that did this. So I'm jiggling the handle, and I'm crying now because I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't get in the house, I can't get in. Nobody's gonna find me until they start to wake up. So I was out there crying on the phone with my cousin. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't get back in the house. What am I gonna do for at least 15 minutes? And then I see the light turn on. My grandma is in the kitchen to get water. And I'm like, Grandma, could you please let me in? And she opens the door and she's like, what are you doing? I was like, Grandma, did you close the door? And she's like, no. I literally just came in here to get some water. What are you talking about? There was no one in here, all the lights were out. I just came to get some water. And then we both looked at each other and we were like, It was just another experience. Just something strange that happened. It was just one of those things. There is so much that happened in this house that everybody experienced. And I honestly can't even keep track of everything that happened. I saw an ant through a window that had passed away. Whatever this energy was, whatever this spirit was, it liked to take the form of people. Because we always thought that it was each other. Like my grandpa saw us kids downstairs. My cousin saw me pull his hair. It always took the shape this was a very common thing. We knew my aunt had told me multiple times. like when they were over for Christmas, that she would see me go into the bathroom and then leave the bathroom. And this is the red bathroom. Go into the bathroom, leave the bathroom. Well, I'm not even there. I'm downstairs. So when I went upstairs, she was like, "Weren't you just up here? Didn't you go into the bathroom?" That wasn't me. I wasn't up here. I was downstairs. The house wasn't uncomfortable. We didn't feel uncomfortable in the house because there was so many of us. And we kind of just knew. You know this thing. It likes to take shape of us. Whatever it is. We never did any sort of research on the house. But we had left, and then a few years later, my grandparents had sold it. And whoever they sold the house to, they demolished it. The only thing we know is literally everybody in that house saw something. From the oldest to the youngest. My cousin, who was way old at the time, she was in her third. I have a lot of family. She made something called an angel board. She had this square cardboard cutout, and she wrote all the letters of the alphabet. It was a handmade Ouija board, but she never called it that. She called it the angel board. She didn't want to scare us. So she brought this board into the Amityville house. We're already experiencing things. So we're like, you know what? Let's play with it. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can find out who the spirit is. We would do like this prayer before we would start. And it goes like, you know. We call upon our guardian angels to protect us, and to watch over us, and to guide us. We would use this little shot glass, where we would all put our fingers on, and we would wait, you know, until something happened. There was this one spirit that would come through. When he was a boy, he was about 15 or 16. He had told us that he died in a car accident. We would ask it, you know, like, where are you? Are you in heaven, you know? Where are you contacting us from? It would always just, you know, say the dark place. The dark place. We didn't know what that meant. We knew he was in a car accident. He gave us a description of himself. You know, brown hair, brown eyes, all of this fun stuff. And then we wanted to see if it knew anything about us. So we would ask, you know, tell me you know what color shirt I'm wearing right now. And we would all just kind of, you know, look at each other and see if it would move. It would go to pink blue. It would name the colors that we were wearing. And we were all like, did you do that? You know, did you move it? Did you move it? Everybody was like, no, I did not move that thing. Then we started to ask questions about our future. Are we going to get married? Are we going to have kids? And it told me that my grandfather would die very soon. And it just said, blood disease, blood disease, blood disease. A few years later, my grandfather had diabetes, and he had an infection in his foot. That went into his bloodstream, and he unfortunately passed away. That little boy that told us these things followed us every time we would play with the board. Again, it was another house. This is my aunt and uncle's house. It was a huge house, and this was somewhere in Indiana. We were, 16, 17. We're all over here at my aunt's for Easter. Let's play with the board. Let's see what it does. We brought out the board and we played with it. And of course, that same boy came through. And we were just talking to him. And then once we were done, we're like, okay, let's put the board away. We're all sleeping in this one bedroom. We're sleeping on the floor. It's a bunch of people, all the beds are taken. So we're just sleeping on the floor. So I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm like, okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. The light is off. I walk into the bathroom. It's a tiny bathroom. It's super dark. I open up the door. The mirror is right in front of the door. I'm looking through the mirror and I see this boy. Brown hair, brown eyes. Scratches blood on his face. And I see him and he's staring back at me. I was scared because it felt like all of the light from the room, if there was any light that came, was gone, and I can make out his face. The description that he gave us in the board was accurate. It looks just like the kid that we were talking to. He's got this weird smile on his face. I closed the door and I started praying, and I was like, oh my God, please, Jesus, I'm never gonna play with that board again. I'm never gonna do it again. I don't want to see these things. Like, I'm scarred at this point from everything that we've seen. I don't want to see these things. I don't want to feel these things. And I opened my eyes and I opened the door. And I hurry up and turn the light on. And he's gone. Little do I know my cousin, who's sleeping in the next room, is experiencing something with the little boy. She tells us the next morning that she was asleep. She remembers feeling really, really cold, and because she was so cold, it woke her up, and all she said is, she opens her eyes. She's stiff. She can't move. It's like she's frozen. She sees the little boy that we were talking to. On the board, same little boy that I saw. She sees the little boy, and she's staring at him. And he's staring at her. She can't scream. She can't open her mouth. The only thing she has control of is her eyes. So she stares at him, and he's like hovering above her. And they're eye to eye, she said. Started praying. Opens them. He's gone. We talked about this the next day. And she's like, hey, I don't think we should play with that board anymore. And I'm like, really? I don't want to play with it either. I have to tell you what happened. To me? And she's like, wait. What happened to you, so we share each other's stories? The description matches perfectly of that little boy that we were talking to. He followed us to 3 different houses from that board, and we all swore to God that none of us did this. None of us touched it. We didn't move it. We didn't make it. Say the same thing over and over again. And when we swear to God, I know it's true. 'Cause again, very religious family. I know none of us did that. There would always be the cold, and then the prickly. And then we would experience something. So me and my one cousin, we would say it's sleep paralysis, because we opened up our eyes and we were frozen. And we couldn't move. It was really, really, really scary. And we talk about it to this day. We agree, you know. It was a demon that possessed my sister. This dark man followed us from house to house. My sister said that he followed her up until her 20s, and she hasn't seen him anymore. We talked about this clown with my 2 cousins, who never spoke to each other about it. Not until we were much older. This thing was always there watching them. One of the most scariest things that happened to me was that situation with my sister, that she saw this black figure with these red eyes telling her to kill my father. Now, my father was very abusive, emotionally, mentally, physically, and we all talked about, you know how much we didn't like Kim, and you know how. Why did Mom end up with him? You know, like we were never close to my father. We were super close to my mom. And then for that spirit, that demon coming to her and telling her to do that, it It was scary. It still today scares the crap out of me. I don't like talking about it. I don't like thinking about it. Because that's not normal. That's not normal for a 7-year-old to have a knife and want to kill your father. I've realized, actually, me talking to my sister, getting her story about the clown. We've started to feel really strange things lately. Just talking about our stories. Like the house that I live in right now with my fiance and my stepkids. It's not a scary house, but my daughter has told me that she's seen some strange things lately. And I've seen this dark figure. I don't know who caused we had a name for him. Dark man, I don't know if it's the dark man or not. But something happened the other night ago. That reminded me of being in that house, with my grandma on the bed, seeing that figure and being terrified. And that happened a few nights ago. The TV was on my bedroom. Door was slightly ajar and it's dark. There's no light and I'm just, laying in bed and I'm trying to fall asleep. And then my eyes go to the crack in the door. And it's probably about 8 to 10 inches open. And I see him, and I haven't seen him in a very, very long, I'm getting emotional talking about it, 'cause I haven't seen it so long. And there he was, staring at me with the top hat. Slim, dark figure. Same thing that's haunted us since we were kids. And I saw it, and I got really cold. And I was just like, oh, my God, it followed me here. It followed me here. I close my eyes. I start praying again. I'm like, Jesus, I rebuke it in your holy, precious name. Please, God, I don't want to go through this. I don't want to experience this. And I open my eyes, and it's gone. It's the same thing that I saw. I know what it is, because it attached itself to my family. Whatever it is, and the only thing that I can do now is just pray about it and just rebuke it in Jesus' name, and wish that I never see that again. I don't want it to hurt me, and I don't want it to hurt my kids, and I know that it's not a nice spirit. It's not something that's watching over me or protecting me. It wants to hurt us. Do you have a true scary story to share with us? Click on over to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. To get these episodes ad free and support the show, check out Scary Plus over on Scary Plus. It's free for 14 days and $4.99 a month after that. You can cancel anytime. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story. The smiling man from the woods. We didn't even have time to crouch back down. I mean, we both just kind of had our hands out, like we were bracing ourselves for whatever this was, to come hurtling into this cabin and find us. Some places hold memories, and others hold something much darker. What started as an innocent adventure into the woods led to an encounter that would haunt Mallory for years. A silent figure, impossible movements, and a smile that should have never been seen. This is a story of what she found and what found her. My name is Edwin, and here is Mallory's true scary story. My great-grandmother, Cece, died on Valentine's Day in 2001. When we lost her, we lost some knowledge in a generation that we can never get back. Cece, still to this day, is probably one of the sweetest, nicest, most genuine people I've ever known, and I was extremely close with her. But her death didn't really come as a surprise. The doctors had already prepared the family that, she was probably going to pass. She was 93 and had been in poor health for about a year. She had 5 children. one of them being my grandfather on my dad's side. None of them wanted her property. They decided to sell, but my dad, he could not imagine this property not being in the family anymore, so he decided to buy it. They put up a really big fight. They did not want to sell it to him or the family. For my dad, this is really upsetting, so he fought really hard for it, and finally they decided to sell. The reason my dad wanted this property so bad is because of Cece's husband, my great-grandfather Ronald. It would have been my great-great-great-grandfather. He was a sharecropper and worked and lived on the property. His son also was a sharecropper and lived on the property. It wasn't until Ronald, my great-grandfather, that he was able to buy the land. To be able to pay the mortgage, he had to work half the year in the fields, harvesting the crops, and then he worked the other half the year on the barges. He sacrificed a lot to buy this land, and his biggest dream was to give something back to his children. One day, a legacy of sorts. Ronald bought the property in his early 20s, right after marrying Cece. He worked for about 20 years, harvesting the crops and then working on the barges, before he was finally able to get the farm, where it was profitable enough that it supported his family. They said he was somewhere around, like his late 40s, is finally when he will actually be home with his family. He died about 30 years before Cece. Now, at the time of his death, he had an extremely profitable cattle farm and the biggest dairy farm in the state. But almost immediately after his death, they sold the cattle and the farm was abandoned. For 30 years, this entire property had just been abandoned and neglected, other than the farmhouse, in just this really small area surrounding it. The farmhouse itself was built by my great-grandfather, and it took him about 20 years to finish it. It's still to this day one of the most beautiful homes I've ever seen. The farmhouse sits on 180 acres, and it's covered in oak trees. This entire farmhouse was built out of oak. Just by looking at it, you can tell that so much craftsmanship and love went into it. There's so much detail, molding, and just a lot of character. It's a very rural farm town, so the closest neighbor from the farmhouse is like 4 miles down the road. So when I would visit Cece, she really only had one rule, and that was, do not leave the yard. There was one time I can remember disobeying that rule. We had gone over there after church on a Sunday, and my parents and her were talking at the table. I was outside playing in the backyard, and about 50 yards behind the farmhouse is this really old fence surrounding the pasture, and I had chased, I want to say it was a butterfly, into this pasture. I remember my parents yelling at me. I was going to stay for a little while with her, and I waved bye to him. The next thing I hear is Cece just screaming at me, and I immediately start running towards her, and even back then she was old, but she was running right at me. And it's the only time I've ever seen panic and fear on her. I had never seen her like that before, and at the time I kind of took it as she was just this overly cautious grandmother. I loved and respected her so much, and I had never seen her that way, that I always obeyed her, and I never again wandered outside of that yard. My favorite thing about visiting her were her stories. The very first one that I can remember her telling me, and I would always beg her to tell it to me, was the boy who cried wolf. And she would always end it by saying, "If you tell lies, no one will believe you." When it truly matters, and when danger is lurking in the darkness, she was real big on Remember that whatever you say has meaning. And I still, to this day, it was like that was cemented into me. As I got older, Cece's stories got darker. All of them had a moral lesson to teach. And looking back on it, I really want to say, the biggest lesson she was trying to teach me was to be honest, brave, kind, but most prevalent. To listen to the wisdom and warnings of your elders that day that I wandered into the pasture, a place that I had explicitly been told not to go. I was more concerned with how erratic and frantic her behavior was. I didn't really think about what she was saying to me. In that moment, she was saying, "Do you know what could have happened to you? I told you to never go past that fence. You have no idea what's out there. If he finds you, you'll wish you wouldn't have been so foolish." Years later, those words came back to me, and I realized she knew exactly what was out there and was trying her hardest to protect me from that evil. And it's honestly where this whole story begins. It was in May of 2001, 3 months after her death. My parents moved my brother and I into the farmhouse. My brother was 12 and I was 10 at the time. Immediately, my dad began clearing the overgrowth, starting with the pasture. Once it was cleared, it started to tell this story. Scattered all across the pasture were tractors, large farming equipment, harvesting equipment, and it was like whoever had last used it stopped whatever work they were doing, walked away, and never came back. Later, we found out exactly what happened. At the very back of the pasture was a large 3-story barn, which still to this day is the biggest barn I've ever seen. The 3rd floor there was a small dwelling that's actually where my great-grandfather had lived with his wife and son while they were building the farmhouse. Directly behind the barn on the other side of the fence, there was this really large pond that was full of catfish and other fish. Surrounding that pond were just woods before the land was abandoned. Those woods were actually land that the cattle had used for grazing, so the woods were smaller, but they had a ton of overgrowth. So it was in August. We were getting ready to start back school. My dad had finally worked his way back to the woods behind the pond, and he had cleared them enough that my brother and I were able to finally walk through them and explore a little bit. At the very back of those woods, there was this huge, very wide, and deep ditch that cut the property completely in half. And on the other side there were just more fields that were surrounded by more woods. We told our dad about the ditch, and he was like, "Actually, your great-grandfather built a bridge that allowed him to cross over into the back fields with his tractors and equipment when he was harvesting." And it was a few days later, he drove us back there and was just showing us the property. He pointed to the very back tree line behind these fields, and he said that when he bought the place, he was told there was a fence in those woods that marked our property line. All summer, we had played in that barn, explored it, fished. We had a lot of fun, so we're like, yeah, we're gonna go find that fence. My dad had bought a 4-wheeler, just so he could get around on the property easier, with all the work that had to be done. He had given us permission to drive it. So we drove it back one day to the back tree line, and immediately we realized there was no way we were going to make it into those trees, into the woods with the 4-wheeler. It was just too overgrown. We parked in the middle of the field, right at the tree line, and went on foot. We walked a pretty long distance, I would say at least 20 minutes, before we finally found the fence. And it was halfway lying down, due to a lot of overgrowth limbs, things like that had fallen onto it, about 20 feet on the other side. The woods actually opened up to more farmland. To the right, you could actually see the end of the fence. And then again, that edge of the fence opened up to more farmland. These woods were much older. You could tell these trees were very old. They were 4 or 5 feet wide. Very tall, huge canopy. The woods were a little bit brighter here. But we decided that we were going to walk to our left and see if we could find the other end of this fence. We walked for a very long ways, probably 30 minutes, and of course, we were having to make our way around fallen tree limbs. And fallen trees, you know, a lot of overgrowth thorny bushes, which really got in our way, so we had to walk around. The farther we went, the darker the woods got, and we both started to get this eerie feeling. And at one point, we talked about turning back, but we were like, no, let's just do it. Let's find it. Let's see how far across this goes, how big the property is, then we'll head back. Eventually, we found the end of it. If you live out in the country, you know that it's very loud. There's always some sort of animal insects. Trees whined. There's always some sort of noise. But the only thing we could even hear was the crunching of leaves under our footsteps. This was really eerie, so as soon as we saw it, we decided to head back. So we were walking at a left angle, so we could try to make it out. The same way we had come in, so we could get to the four-wheeler. We were about halfway back when to our right, there was a break in the trees. That opened up to a clearing. We got really excited about this, so we decided to go and investigate. The closer we got, we could tell that there was a structure sitting at the back of this clearing, completely covered in vines and brush. Once we got almost right up to it, there were little slivers of the building that you could see through the vines. We immediately could tell that this was a cabin. It was sitting at the back of this clearing. So we walked to the left and we found the front of it. It had 2 windows on the front. To the left corner was a window. The front door was right beside it. And then, the other window was almost directly in the center of the cabin. We decided to see if it was open. So we ripped all the vines down, and the door handle turned. But the door was stuck in the frame. So we had to use our shoulder and ram it a few times before it finally opened up. The first room that we were looking into was very narrow. It was a kitchen, and as soon as you walked in, there was a huge hole in the floor. It looked like someone had fallen through it. There was a window on the back wall. That had been broken. And there was a huge tree limb that was growing through it. There was a stove, a really old refrigerator and cabinets on the left wall, and then a small table with 2 chairs in the back corner. And then on this right wall, there was a door. And it was probably 2 to 3 feet after you walked in. Was this door, and when you opened it, it was a bedroom. Immediately to the left, there was another door which wouldn't open. When we were approaching the cabin, you could see a limb had fallen through the roof. We knew that this must have been where the roof had caved in at, not allowing us to open the door. So we assumed it was a bathroom because it was smaller. The room didn't have a lot in it. There was a bed in the left corner facing us. There was this really old, tattered, moth-eaten blanket hanging over the back window. In front of the bed, there was a really old, deep frieze that was really ugly, yellow color and rusted. And on top of the freezer were crates full of deer antlers and bones. In the right corner was a small dresser and just miscellaneous junk, just all over the room. We investigated, went to open the cabinets in the kitchen, and looked around. And we thought this is a really cool find. We were excited about finding this, but you could tell whoever had lived here had been very poor. So there wasn't really anything interesting. But we did talk about maybe cleaning it up, fixing the hole in the floor, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little... Please listen to the story. The smiling man from the woods. We didn't even have time to crouch back down. I mean, we both just kind of had our hands out, like we were bracing ourselves for whatever this was, to come hurtling into this cabin and find us. Some places hold memories, and others hold something much darker. What started as an innocent adventure into the woods led to an encounter that would haunt Mallory for years. A silent figure, impossible movements, and a smile that should have never been seen. This is a story of what she found and what found her. My name is Edwin, and here is Mallory's true scary story. My great-grandmother, Cece, died on Valentine's Day in 2001. When we lost her, we lost some knowledge in a generation that we can never get back. Cece, still to this day, is probably one of the sweetest, nicest, most genuine people I've ever known, and I was extremely close with her. But her death didn't really come as a surprise. The doctors had already prepared the family that, she was probably gonna pass. She was 93 and had been in poor health for about a year. She had 5 children, one of them being my grandfather on my dad's side. None of them wanted her property. They decided to sell, but my dad, he could not imagine this property not being in the family anymore. So he decided to buy it. They put up a really big fight. They did not want to sell it to him or the family. For my dad, this is really upsetting. So he fought really hard for it. And finally, they decided to sell. The reason my dad wanted this property so bad is because of Cece's husband. My great-grandfather Ronald. It would have been my great-great-great-grandfather. He was a sharecropper and worked and lived on the property. His son also was a sharecropper and lived on the property. It wasn't until Ronald, my great-grandfather, that he was able to buy the land. To be able to pay the mortgage, he had to work half the year in the fields, harvesting the crops, and then he worked the other half the year on the barges. He sacrificed a lot to buy this land, and his biggest dream was to give something back to his children. One day, a legacy of sorts. Ronald bought the property in his early 20s, right after marrying Cece. He worked for about 20 years, harvesting the crops and then working on the barges, before he was finally able to get the farm, where it was profitable enough that it supported his family. They said he was somewhere around, like his late 40s, is finally when he will actually be home with his family. He died about 30 years before Cece. Now, at the time of his death, he had an extremely profitable cattle farm and the biggest dairy farm in the state. But almost immediately after his death, they sold the cattle and the farm was abandoned. For 30 years, this entire property had just been abandoned and neglected, other than the farmhouse, in just this really small area surrounding it. The farmhouse itself was built by my great-grandfather, and it took him about 20 years to finish it. It's still to this day one of the most beautiful homes I've ever seen. The farmhouse sits on 180 acres, and it's covered in oak trees. This entire farmhouse was built out of oak. Just by looking at it, you can tell that so much craftsmanship and love went into it. There's so much detail. molding, and just a lot of character. It's a very rural farm town, so the closest neighbor from the farmhouse is like 4 miles down the road. So when I would visit Cece, she really only had one rule, and that was, do not leave the yard. There was one time I can remember disobeying that rule. We had gone over there after church on a Sunday, and my parents and her were talking at the table. I was outside playing in the backyard, and about 50 yards behind the farmhouse is this really old fence surrounding the pasture. And I had chased, I want to say it was a butterfly, into this pasture. I remember my parents yelling at me. I was going to stay for a little while with her, and I waved bye to him. The next thing I hear is Cece just screaming at me, and I immediately start running towards her. And even back then she was old, but she was running right at me. And it's the only time I've ever seen panic and fear on her. I had never seen her like that before, and at the time I kind of took it as she was just this overly cautious grandmother. I loved and respected her so much, and I had never seen her that way, that I always obeyed her, and I never again wandered outside of that yard. My favorite thing about visiting her were her stories. The very first one that I can remember her telling me, and I would always beg her to tell it to me, was the boy who cried wolf. And she would always end it by saying, "If you tell lies, no one will believe you." When it truly matters, and when danger is lurking in the darkness, she was real big on, remember that whatever you say has meaning. And I still, to this day, it was like that was cemented into me. As I got older, Cece's stories got darker. All of them had a moral lesson to teach. And looking back on it, I really want to say, the biggest lesson she was trying to teach me was to be honest, brave, kind, but most prevalent. To listen to the wisdom and warnings of your elders that day that I wandered into the pasture, a place that I had explicitly been told not to go. I was more concerned with how erratic and frantic her behavior was. I didn't really think about what she was saying to me. In that moment, she was saying, "Do you know what could have happened to you? I told you to never go past that fence. You have no idea what's out there. If he finds you, you'll wish you wouldn't have been so foolish." Years later, those words came back to me, and I realized she knew exactly what was out there and was trying her hardest to protect me from that evil. And it's honestly where this whole story begins. It was in May of 2001, 3 months after her death. My parents moved my brother and I into the farmhouse. My brother was 12 and I was 10 at the time. Immediately, my dad began clearing the overgrowth, starting with the pasture. Once it was cleared, it started to tell this story. Scattered all across the pasture were tractors, large farming equipment, harvesting equipment, and it was like whoever had last used it stopped whatever work they were doing, walked away, and never came back. Later, we found out exactly what happened. At the very back of the pasture was a large 3-story barn, which still to this day is the biggest barn I've ever seen. The 3rd floor there was a small dwelling that's actually where my great-grandfather had lived with his wife and son while they were building the farmhouse. Directly behind the barn on the other side of the fence, there was this really large pond that was full of catfish and other fish. Surrounding that pond were just woods before the land was abandoned. Those woods were actually land that the cattle had used for grazing, so the woods were smaller, but they had a ton of overgrowth. So it was in August, We were getting ready to start back school. My dad had finally worked his way back to the woods, behind the pond, and he had cleared them enough that my brother and I were able to finally walk through them and explore a little bit. At the very back of those woods, there was this huge, very wide, and deep ditch that cut the property completely in half. And on the other side there were just more fields that were surrounded by more woods. We told our dad about the ditch, and he was like, "Actually, your great-grandfather built a bridge that allowed him to cross over into the back fields with his tractors and equipment when he was harvesting." And it was a few days later. He drove us back there and was just showing us the property. He pointed to the very back tree line behind these fields, and he said that when he bought the place, he was told there was a fence in those woods that marked our property line. All summer we had played in that barn, explored it, fished. We had a lot of fun, so we're like, yeah, we're gonna go find that fence. My dad had bought a four-wheeler just so he could get around on the property easier. With all the work that had to be done, he had given us permission to drive it. So we drove it back one day to the back tree line, and immediately we realized there was no way we were going to make it into those trees, into the woods with the four-wheeler. It was just too overgrown. We parked in the middle of the field, right at the tree line, and went on foot. We walked a pretty long distance, I would say at least 20 minutes, before we finally found the fence. And it was halfway lying down due to a lot of overgrowth limbs, things like that had fallen onto it, about 20 feet on the other side. The woods actually opened up to more farmland. To the right, you could actually see the end of the fence. And then again, that edge of the fence opened up to more farmland. These woods were much older. You could tell these trees were very old. They were 4 or 5 feet wide. Very tall, huge canopy. The woods were a little bit brighter here. But we decided that we were going to walk to our left and see if we could find the other end of this fence. We walked for a very long ways, probably 30 minutes, and of course, we were having to make our way around fallen tree limbs. And fallen trees, you know, a lot of overgrowth thorny bushes, which really got in our way, so we had to walk around. The farther we went, the darker the woods got, and we both started to get this eerie feeling. And at one point, we talked about turning back, but we were like, no, let's just do it. Let's find it. Let's see how far across this goes, how big the property is, then we'll head back. Eventually, we found the end of it. If you live out in the country, you know that it's very loud. There's always some sort of animal, insects. Trees whined. There's always some sort of noise. But the only thing we could even hear was the crunching of leaves under our footsteps. This was really eerie, so as soon as we saw it, we decided to head back. So we were walking at a left angle, so we could try to make it out the same way we had come in, so we could get to the four-wheeler. We were about halfway back when, to our right, there was a break in the trees. That opened up to a clearing. We got really excited about this, so we decided to go and investigate. The closer we got, we could tell that there was a structure sitting at the back of this clearing, completely covered in vines and brush. Once we got almost right up to it, there were little slivers of the building that you could see through the vines. We immediately could tell that this was a cabin. It was sitting at the back of this clearing. So we walked to the left, and we found the front of it. It had 2 windows on the front. To the left corner was a window. The front door was right beside it. And then The other window was almost directly in the center of the cabin. We decided to see if it was open. So we ripped all the vines down, and the door handle turned. But the door was stuck in the frame. So we had to use our shoulder and ram it a few times before it finally opened up. The first room that we were looking into was very narrow. It was a kitchen, and as soon as you walked in, there was a huge hole in the floor. It looked like someone had fallen through it. There was a window on the back wall. That had been broken. And there was a huge tree limb that was growing through it. There was a stove, a really old refrigerator and cabinets on the left wall, and then a small table with 2 chairs in the back corner. And then on this right wall, there was a door. And it was probably 2 to 3 feet after you walked in. Was this door, and when you opened it, it was a bedroom. Immediately to the left, there was another door which wouldn't open. When we were approaching the cabin, you could see a limb had fallen through the roof. We knew that this must have been where the roof had caved in at, not allowing us to open the door. So we assumed it was a bathroom because it was smaller. The room didn't have a lot in it. There was a bed in the left corner facing us. There was this really old, tattered, moth-eaten blanket hanging over the back window. In front of the bed, there was a really old, deep freeze that was really ugly, yellow color and rusted. And on top of the freezer were crates full of deer antlers and bones. In the right corner was a small dresser and just miscellaneous junk, just all over the room. We investigated, went to open the cabinets in the kitchen, and looked around. And we thought this is a really cool find. We were excited about finding this, but you could tell whoever had lived here had been very poor. So there wasn't really anything interesting. But we did talk about maybe cleaning it up, fixing the hole in the floor, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little... Please listen to the story. The smiling man from the woods. We didn't even have time to crouch back down. I mean, we both just kind of had our hands out, like we were bracing ourselves for whatever this was, to come hurtling into this cabin and find us. Some places hold memories, and others hold something much darker. What started as an innocent adventure into the woods led to an encounter that would haunt Mallory for years. A silent figure, impossible movements, and a smile that should have never been seen. This is a story of what she found and what found her. My name is Edwin, and here is Mallory's true scary story. My great-grandmother, Cece, died on Valentine's Day in 2001. When we lost her, we lost some knowledge in a generation that we can never get back. Cece, still to this day, is probably one of the sweetest, nicest, most genuine people I've ever known, and I was extremely close with her. But her death didn't really come as a surprise. The doctors had already prepared the family that, she was probably gonna pass. She was 93 and had been in poor health for about a year. She had 5 children, one of them being my grandfather on my dad's side. None of them wanted her property. They decided to sell, but my dad, he could not imagine this property not being in the family anymore. So he decided to buy it. They put up a really big fight. They did not want to sell it to him or the family. For my dad, this is really upsetting. So he fought really hard for it. And finally, they decided to sell. The reason my dad wanted this property so bad is because of Cece's husband. My great-grandfather Ronald. It would have been my great-great-great-grandfather. He was a sharecropper and worked and lived on the property. His son also was a sharecropper and lived on the property. It wasn't until Ronald, my great-grandfather, that he was able to buy the land. To be able to pay the mortgage, he had to work half the year in the fields, harvesting the crops, and then he worked the other half the year on the barges. He sacrificed a lot to buy this land, and his biggest dream was to give something back to his children. One day, a legacy of sorts. Ronald bought the property in his early 20s, right after marrying Cece. He worked for about 20 years, harvesting the crops and then working on the barges, before he was finally able to get the farm, where it was profitable enough that it supported his family. They said he was somewhere around, like his late 40s, is finally when he will actually be home with his family. He died about 30 years before Cece. Now, at the time of his death, he had an extremely profitable cattle farm and the biggest dairy farm in the state. But almost immediately after his death, they sold the cattle and the farm was abandoned. For 30 years, this entire property had just been abandoned and neglected, other than the farmhouse, in just this really small area surrounding it. The farmhouse itself was built by my great-grandfather, and it took him about 20 years to finish it. It's still to this day one of the most beautiful homes I've ever seen. The farmhouse sits on 180 acres, and it's covered in oak trees. This entire farmhouse was built out of oak. Just by looking at it, you can tell that so much craftsmanship and love went into it. There's so much detail, molding, and just a lot of character. It's a very rural farm town, so the closest neighbor from the farmhouse is like 4 miles down the road. So when I would visit Cece, she really only had one rule, and that was, do not leave the yard. There was one time I can remember disobeying that rule. We had gone over there after church on a Sunday, and my parents and her were talking at the table. I was outside playing in the backyard, and about 50 yards behind the farmhouse is this really old fence surrounding the pasture. And I had chased, I want to say it was a butterfly, into this pasture. I remember my parents yelling at me. I was going to stay for a little while with her, and I waved bye to him. The next thing I hear is Cece just screaming at me, and I immediately start running towards her. And even back then she was old, but she was running right at me. And it's the only time I've ever seen panic and fear on her. I had never seen her like that before, and at the time I kind of took it as she was just this overly cautious grandmother. I loved and respected her so much, and I had never seen her that way, that I always obeyed her, and I never again wandered outside of that yard. My favorite thing about visiting her were her stories. The very first one that I can remember her telling me, and I would always beg her to tell it to me, was the boy who cried wolf. And she would always end it by saying, "If you tell lies, no one will believe you. When it truly matters, and when danger is lurking in the darkness," she was real big on, remember that whatever you say has meaning. And I still, to this day, it was like that was cemented into me. As I got older, Cece's stories got darker. All of them had a moral lesson to teach. And looking back on it, I really want to say, the biggest lesson she was trying to teach me was to be honest, brave, kind, but most prevalent. To listen to the wisdom and warnings of your elders. That day that I wandered into the pasture, a place that I had explicitly been told not to go, I was more concerned with how erratic and frantic her behavior was. I didn't really think about what she was saying to me. In that moment, she was saying, Do you know what could have happened to you? I told you to never go past that fence. You have no idea what's out there. If he finds you, you'll wish you wouldn't have been so foolish." Years later, those words came back to me, and I realized she knew exactly what was out there and was trying her hardest to protect me from that evil. And it's honestly where this whole story begins. It was in May of 2001, 3 months after her death. My parents moved my brother and I into the farmhouse. My brother was 12 and I was 10 at the time. Immediately, my dad began clearing the overgrowth, starting with the pasture. Once it was cleared, it started to tell this story. Scattered all across the pasture were tractors, large farming equipment, harvesting equipment, and it was like whoever had last used it stopped whatever work they were doing, walked away, and never came back. Later, we found out exactly what happened. At the very back of the pasture was a large 3-story barn, which still to this day is the biggest barn I've ever seen. The 3rd floor there was a small dwelling that's actually where my great-grandfather had lived with his wife and son while they were building the farmhouse. Directly behind the barn on the other side of the fence, there was this really large pond that was full of catfish and other fish. Surrounding that pond were just woods before the land was abandoned. Those woods were actually land that the cattle had used for grazing, so the woods were smaller, but they had a ton of overgrowth. So it was in August. We were getting ready to start back school. My dad had finally worked his way back to the woods behind the pond, and he had cleared them enough that my brother and I were able to finally walk through them and explore a little bit. At the very back of those woods, there was this huge, very wide and deep ditch that cut the property completely in half. And on the other side there were just more fields that were surrounded by more woods. We told our dad about the ditch, and he was like, "Actually, your great-grandfather built a bridge that allowed him to cross over into the back fields with his tractors and equipment when he was harvesting." And it was a few days later. He drove us back there and was just showing us the property. He pointed to the very back tree line behind these fields, and he said that when he bought the place, he was told there was a fence in those woods that marked our property line. All summer, we had played in that barn, explored it, fished. We had a lot of fun, so we're like, yeah, we're gonna go find that fence. My dad had bought a 4-wheeler, just so he could get around on the property easier. With all the work that had to be done, he had given us permission to drive it. So we drove it back one day to the back tree line, and immediately we realized there was no way we were going to make it into those trees, into the woods with the 4-wheeler. It was just too overgrown. We parked in the middle of the field, right at the tree line, and went on foot. We walked a pretty long distance, I would say at least 20 minutes, before we finally found the fence. And it was halfway lying down due to a lot of overgrowth limbs, things like that had fallen onto it, about 20 feet on the other side. The woods actually opened up to more farmland. To the right, you could actually see the end of the fence. And then again, that edge of the fence opened up to more farmland. These woods were much older. You could tell these trees were very old. They were 4 or 5 feet wide. Very tall, huge canopy. The woods were a little bit brighter here. But we decided that we were going to walk to our left and see if we could find the other end of this fence. We walked for a very long ways, probably 30 minutes, and of course, we were having to make our way around fallen tree limbs. And fallen trees, a lot of overgrowth thorny bushes, which really got in our way, so we had to walk around. The farther we went, the darker the woods got, and we both started to get this eerie feeling. And at one point, we talked about turning back, but we were like, no, let's just do it. Let's find it. Let's see how far across this goes, how big the property is, then we'll head back. Eventually, we found the end of it. If you live out in the country, you know that it's very loud. There's always some sort of animal insects. Trees whined. There's always some sort of noise. But the only thing we could even hear was the crunching of leaves under our footsteps. This was really eerie, so as soon as we saw it, we decided to head back. So we were walking at a left angle, so we could try to make it out. The same way we had come in, so we could get to the four-wheeler. We were about halfway back when, to our right, there was a break in the trees. That opened up to a clearing. We got really excited about this, so we decided to go and investigate. The closer we got, we could tell that there was a structure sitting at the back of this clearing, completely covered in vines and brush. Once we got almost right up to it, there were little slivers of the building that you could see through the vines. We immediately could tell that this was a cabin. It was sitting at the back of this clearing, so we walked to the left and we found the front of it. It had 2 windows on the front. To the left corner was a window. The front door was right beside it. And then, the other window was almost directly in the center of the cabin. We decided to see if it was open. So we ripped all the vines down, and the door handle turned. But the door was stuck in the frame. So we had to use our shoulder and ram it a few times before it finally opened up. The first room that we were looking into was very narrow. It was a kitchen, and as soon as you walked in, there was a huge hole in the floor. It looked like someone had fallen through it. There was a window on the back wall. That had been broken. And there was a huge tree limb that was growing through it. There was a stove, a really old refrigerator and cabinets on the left wall, and then a small table with 2 chairs in the back corner. And then on this right wall, there was a door. And it was probably 2 to 3 feet after you walked in was this door, and when you opened it, it was a bedroom. Immediately to the left, there was another door which wouldn't open. When we were approaching the cabin, you could see a limb had fallen through the roof. We knew that this must have been where the roof had caved in at, not allowing us to open the door. So we assumed it was a bathroom because it was smaller. The room didn't have a lot in it. There was a bed in the left corner facing us. There was this really old, tattered, moth-eaten blanket hanging over the back window. In front of the bed, there was a really old, deep freeze that was really ugly, yellow color and rusted. And on top of the freezer were crates full of deer antlers and bones. In the right corner was a small dresser and just miscellaneous junk, just all over the room. We investigated, went to open the cabinets in the kitchen, and looked around. And we thought this is a really cool find. We were excited about finding this, but you could tell whoever had lived here had been very poor. So there wasn't really anything interesting. But we did talk about maybe cleaning it up, fixing the hole in the floor, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little... Please listen to the story. The smiling man from the woods. We didn't even have time to crouch back down. I mean, we both just kind of had our hands out, like we were bracing ourselves for whatever this was, to come hurtling into this cabin and find us. Some places hold memories, and others hold something much darker. What started as an innocent adventure into the woods led to an encounter that would haunt Mallory for years. A silent figure, impossible movements, and a smile that should have never been seen. This is a story of what she found and what found her. My name is Edwin, and here is Mallory's true scary story. My great-grandmother, Cece, died on Valentine's Day in 2001. When we lost her, we lost some knowledge in a generation that we can never get back. Cece, still to this day, is probably one of the sweetest, nicest, most genuine people I've ever known, and I was extremely close with her. But her death didn't really come as a surprise. The doctors had already prepared the family that, she was probably going to pass. She was 93 and had been in poor health for about a year. She had 5 children, one of them being my grandfather on my dad's side. None of them wanted her property. They decided to sell but my dad. He could not imagine this property not being in the family anymore, so he decided to buy it. They put up a really big fight. They did not want to sell it to him or the family. For my dad, this is really upsetting, so he fought really hard for it, and finally they decided to sell. The reason my dad wanted this property so bad is because of Cece's husband. My great-grandfather Ronald. It would have been my great-great-great-grandfather. He was a sharecropper and worked and lived on the property. His son also was a sharecropper and lived on the property. It wasn't until Ronald, my great-grandfather, that he was able to buy the land, to be able to pay the mortgage. He had to work half the year in the fields, harvesting the crops, and then he worked the other half the year on the barges. He sacrificed a lot to buy this land, and his biggest dream was to give something back to his children. One day, a legacy of sorts. Ronald bought the property in his early 20s, right after marrying Cece. He worked for about 20 years, harvesting the crops and then working on the barges, before he was finally able to get the farm, where it was profitable enough that it supported his family. They said he was somewhere around, like his late 40s, is finally when he will actually be home with his family. He died about 30 years before Cece. Now, at the time of his death, he had an extremely profitable cattle farm and the biggest dairy farm in the state. But almost immediately after his death, they sold the cattle and the farm was abandoned. For 30 years, this entire property had just been abandoned and neglected, other than the farmhouse, in just this really small area surrounding it. The farmhouse itself was built by my great-grandfather, and it took him about 20 years to finish it. It's still to this day one of the most beautiful homes I've ever seen. The farmhouse sits on 180 acres, and it's covered in oak trees. This entire farmhouse was built out of oak, just by looking at it. You can tell that so much craftsmanship and love went into it. There's so much detail, molding, and just a lot of character. It's a very rural farm town, so the closest neighbor from the farmhouse is like 4 miles down the road. So when I would visit Cece, she really only had one rule, and that was, do not leave the yard. There was one time I can remember disobeying that rule. We had gone over there after church on a Sunday, and my parents and her were talking at the table. I was outside playing in the backyard, and about 50 yards behind the farmhouse is this really old fence surrounding the pasture. And I had chased, I want to say it was a butterfly, into this pasture. I remember my parents yelling at me. I was going to stay for a little while with her, and I waved bye to him. the next thing I hear is Cece just screaming at me, and I immediately start running towards her. And even back then she was old, but she was running right at me. And it's the only time I've ever seen panic and fear on her. I had never seen her like that before, and at the time I kind of took it as she was just this overly cautious grandmother. I loved and respected her so much, and I had never seen her that way, that I always obeyed her, and I never again wandered outside of that yard. My favorite thing about visiting her were her stories. The very first one that I can remember her telling me, and I would always beg her to tell it to me, was the boy who cried wolf. And she would always end it by saying, "If you tell lies, no one will believe you. When it truly matters, and when danger is lurking in the darkness," she was real big on, remember that whatever you say has meaning. And I still, to this day, it was like that was cemented into me. As I got older, Cece's stories got darker. All of them had a moral lesson to teach. And looking back on it, I really want to say, the biggest lesson she was trying to teach me was to be honest, brave, kind, but most prevalent. To listen to the wisdom and warnings of your elders that day that I wandered into the pasture, a place that I had explicitly been told not to go. I was more concerned with how erratic and frantic her behavior was. I didn't really think about what she was saying to me. In that moment, she was saying, "Do you know what could have happened to you? I told you to never go past that fence. You have no idea what's out there. If he finds you, you'll wish you wouldn't have been so foolish." Years later, those words came back to me, and I realized she knew exactly what was out there and was trying her hardest to protect me from that evil. And it's honestly where this whole story begins. It was in May of 2001, 3 months after her death. My parents moved my brother and I into the farmhouse. My brother was 12 and I was 10 at the time. Immediately, my dad began clearing the overgrowth, starting with the pasture. Once it was cleared, it started to tell this story. Scattered all across the pasture were tractors, large farming equipment, harvesting equipment, and it was like whoever had last used it stopped whatever work they were doing, walked away, and never came back. Later, we found out exactly what happened. At the very back of the pasture was a large 3-story barn, which still to this day is the biggest barn I've ever seen. The 3rd floor there was a small dwelling that's actually where my great-grandfather had lived with his wife and son while they were building the farmhouse. Directly behind the barn on the other side of the fence, there was this really large pond that was full of catfish and other fish. Surrounding that pond were just woods before the land was abandoned. Those woods were actually land that the cattle had used for grazing, so the woods were smaller, but they had a ton of overgrowth. So it was in August. We were getting ready to start back school. My dad had finally worked his way back to the woods behind the pond, and he had cleared them enough that my brother and I were able to finally walk through them and explore a little bit. At the very back of those woods, there was this huge, very wide, and deep ditch that cut the property completely in half. And on the other side there were just more fields that were surrounded by more woods. We told our dad about the ditch, and he was like, "Actually, your great-grandfather built a bridge that allowed him to cross over into the back fields with his tractors and equipment when he was harvesting." And it was a few days later he drove us back there and was just showing us the property. He pointed to the very back tree line behind these fields, and he said that when he bought the place, he was told there was a fence in those woods. That marked our property line. All summer we had played in that barn, explored it, fished. We had a lot of fun, so we're like, yeah, we're gonna go find that fence. My dad had bought a four-wheeler, just so he could get around on the property easier. With all the work that had to be done, he had given us permission to drive it. So we drove it back one day to the back tree line, and immediately we realized there was no way we were going to make it. Into those trees, into the woods with the four-wheeler. It was just too overgrown. We parked in the middle of the field, right at the tree line, and went on foot. We walked a pretty long distance, I would say at least 20 minutes, before we finally found the fence. And it was halfway lying down, due to a lot of overgrowth limbs, things like that had fallen onto it, about 20 feet on the other side. The woods actually opened up to more farmland. To the right, you could actually see the end of the fence. And then again, that edge of the fence opened up to more farmland. These woods were much older. You could tell these trees were very old. They were 4 or 5 feet wide. Very tall, huge canopy. The woods were a little bit brighter here. But we decided that we were going to walk to our left and see if we could find the other end of this fence. We walked for a very long ways, probably 30 minutes, and of course, we were having to make our way around fallen tree limbs. And fallen trees, you know, a lot of overgrowth thorny bushes, which really got in our way, so we had to walk around. The farther we went, the darker the woods got, and we both started to get this eerie feeling. And at one point, we talked about turning back, but we were like, no, let's just do it. Let's find it. Let's see how far across this goes, how big the property is, then we'll head back. Eventually, we found the end of it. If you live out in the country, you know that it's very loud. There's always some sort of animal, insects. Trees whined. There's always some sort of noise. But the only thing we could even hear was the crunching of leaves under our footsteps. This was really eerie, so as soon as we saw it, we decided to head back. So we were walking at a left angle, so we could try to make it out. The same way we had come in, so we could get to the four-wheeler. We were about halfway back when to our right, there was a break in the trees. That opened up to a clearing. We got really excited about this, so we decided to go and investigate. The closer we got, we could tell that there was a structure sitting at the back of this clearing, completely covered in vines and brush. Once we got almost right up to it, there were little slivers of the building that you could see through the vines. We immediately could tell that this was a cabin. It was sitting at the back of this clearing, so we walked to the left and we found the front of it. It had 2 windows on the front. To the left corner was a window. The front door was right beside it. And then, the other window was almost directly in the center of the cabin. We decided to see if it was open. So we ripped all the vines down, and the door handle turned. But the door was stuck in the frame. So we had to use our shoulder and ram it a few times before it finally opened up. The first room that we were looking into was very narrow. It was a kitchen, and as soon as you walked in, there was a huge hole in the floor. It looked like someone had fallen through it. There was a window on the back wall. That had been broken. And there was a huge tree limb that was growing through it. There was a stove, a really old refrigerator and cabinets on the left wall, and then a small table with 2 chairs in the back corner. And then on this right wall, there was a door. And it was probably 2 to 3 feet after you walked in. Was this door, and when you opened it, it was a bedroom. Immediately to the left, there was another door which wouldn't open. When we were approaching the cabin, you could see a limb had fallen through the roof. We knew that this must have been where the roof had caved in at, not allowing us to open the door. So we assumed it was a bathroom because it was smaller. The room didn't have a lot in it. There was a bed in the left corner facing us. There was this really old, tattered, moth-eaten blanket hanging over the back window. In front of the bed, there was a really old, deep freeze that was really ugly, yellow color and rusted. And on top of the freezer were crates full of deer antlers and bones. In the right corner was a small dresser and just miscellaneous junk, just all over the room. We investigated, went to open the cabinets in the kitchen, and looked around. And we thought this is a really cool find. We were excited about finding this, but you could tell whoever had lived here had been very poor. So there wasn't really anything interesting. But we did talk about maybe cleaning it up, fixing the hole in the floor, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little clubhouse, making it a little please listen to the story if I die before I wake. From shadowy figures and chilling whispers, to a creature running at her in the dark. Her childhood home was a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. My name is Edwin, and here is Caitlin's true scary story. I grew up in Ohio growing up there. I was always told that Ohio was the most haunted state in the U.S. Apparently, we had around 111 supposedly haunted locations. Basically, if you wanted an amusement park, you'd have to take a bit of a drive. But if you wanted a haunted location, you'd probably have to drive right down the road. And that was normal growing up there. I grew up learning about the paranormal. My mother even told me. I grew up around it before I was even aware. I was told everything about life and death, angels and demons, and my mom even gave me a teddy bear. That spoke a prayer. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray my Lord my soul to keep. And if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. The prayers scared me some nights, thinking about why I wouldn't wake up the next morning. And some nights I felt protected no matter what. My mom told me stories about how someone in the family had passed away, and she used to wear cat-shaped glasses. Apparently during my birthday party, a balloon had floated to the ceiling, and I had pointed to it and said to my mother, there was a lady with pointy glasses holding it. My mother cried that day. I don't remember this event, but I remember when it first started, noticing that something was off. I grew up in a house that had 2 rooms. My parents had to sleep in the living room on the couch, while my siblings and I shared the rooms upstairs. Us 3 girls had to share a room, while my brother had his own. The house had 2 bathrooms, one usable and one not. And in the bathroom that was not usable, there is this huge metal thing in the center of the bathroom. My mom explained that it was possibly an old sewing machine that got left behind. But when I tell you that this room was made of nightmares, I meant it had cracked old tiles, 1 window, and no working lights at all. And it was always dark in there, just a room you did not want to go into. My parents did make it off limits, but children will be children. I remember laying in bed and being able to see that bathroom entrance from my bedroom. A part of me always believed I saw a figure in a top hat standing there. Imagine that as a child, a man figure, just standing at your doorway next to the bathroom. That always scared you. Along with this, my mother telling me, I saw a man with a large mark on his face, next to my bed when I was going to sleep. I don't recall this either, but apparently I was very shaken by it. I started crying. My uncle was babysitting us kids. We were allowed on the computer for 30 minutes to play that one pinball game. On the old computer in the dining room. I was a kid, so I was always losing the game, but having fun while doing it. But this night was different. I lost like any normal night, but a pop-up window had appeared, and I thought my game had crashed, but I don't remember what the message had said to me. I remember though seeing a pixelated demon head opening, closing its mouth while an awful noise played. It was dark and deep laughter that became so immensely and loudly distorted that you could barely tell was laughing. I screamed and ran for my uncle, who was already on his way. I was so shaken by this as well. I slept against him on the couch, to my favorite TV show at the time. I chalked this up to be possibly a computer virus. It was the early 2000s. Viruses were going crazy at that time. You see, I like to try to debunk it. I want to be a rational person. But sometimes, there are things that we can't rationalize. There's another time where I was walking down the stairs at night, and I saw a shadow of a man getting closer to me. But when I expect to see the man, as the shadow approaches, only my cat walks by instead with no man in sight. Another time, my dad invited his brother over, and as the adults played cards and board games, my sister and I were upstairs, singing to our Disney Princess radio. Out of nowhere, we heard a bang. Upon looking at the window, we saw a hand. The fingers and palms were all different colors. We could hear all the adults downstairs. My uncle, my dad, and my mother. We didn't own a ladder. And my dad and uncle walked around the house multiple times while my mother consoled us. That's when I realized I wasn't imagining things, because my sister saw it too. And from that point on, things got more aggressive and more terrifying, more physical. We had a small hole in the wall against the stairs, and for some reason, being a kid, I stuck a pencil into it. I did have an eerie feeling about it at the time, but blew it off, and then something grappled. I remember the pencil being yanked so hard, my body hit the wall, and as I yanked it back, whatever it was, yanked harder, until I eventually let go, because I was scared. I debated looking in the hole, but decided against it. Rats or mice can't tug on stuff that hard, and I can't rationalize it. Maybe my father was on the other side, working on the wall, but no. This hole was pitch black. I would have seen the exit hole had there been one. I remember playing patty cake on those very same stairs with my older sister. Suddenly, she did not fall. She did not slip. She got pushed and tumbled down 3 stairs. Her nose was bleeding, and my father immediately yelled at me, thinking I had pushed her. My big sister had defended me. She looked shocked and pale, but she never spoke about it after that. I thought that would be the climax of it all. But I was wrong, because this memory here will always make me believe in the paranormal, no matter who tells me. It was just an over-imagination incident. I know and remember fully what happened that night. When I was little, I loved snuggling to my mother. So, I would go downstairs and sleep with her on the couch. I remember being so happy and excited, like I always was when I got to sleep with my mom, after waking up halfway through the night. But going down the stairs, I stopped near the bottom. I thought maybe the dogs my parents had to keep for my dad's cousin was eating, but he was outside in the shed, where he could go outside and take care of his business, or go inside and sleep against this big Care Bear stuffed animal I'd given him that night. Cats could not make this noise. Imagine hearing someone eat sloppy. Messy, like whatever they were eating was something wet. Imagine foods like spaghetti enchiladas. Things like that, and someone wolfing it down, as if they were on a time limit, smacking lips, slurping, chewing with mouth open, mouthful type noises. But I knew this wasn't human immediately. I knew why. Because imagine the sounds with aggressive noises too. Grunts, growls, heavy breathing, and then, to top it off, I heard cracking, like whatever it was eating had bones. It was snapping, crunching, and eating it. I thought my parents had died. I had to do something. And in my brain, I had to see what was happening. What if my parents needed help? Looking back, I don't know if I was curious or just brave. I felt electricity shoot through my nerves by the sound alone. I don't know what made me investigate further. Other than my parents possibly being in danger, I needed to have answers. I stood in front of the living room doorway, trying to strain my eyes to see anything in the pitch black room. And I stood there without minutes, and then I heard it. A grunt, an abrupt, confused short grunt, as if it acknowledged me, as if it didn't know I was standing there. And I was caught at the wrong place, wrong time. There was this deafening pause. I couldn't even hear my heart pounding, but I felt it. My breath pitched. If I stayed perfectly still, I would be okay. That maybe if I didn't move a muscle, whatever this thing was couldn't see me or hear me. Maybe it would leave me alone. Maybe I could leave and get help or call someone. I don't know. All I knew at the time was not to move, and to not make a peep. My heart, I'm sure, was pounding so hard someone could easily feel it. I truly thought this was how I was going to die. And then running. It was running. I could hear it rapidly coming at me in the darkness. I knew it was dangerous. I knew it could outrun me. I stayed perfectly still. My eyes kept flicking to the light switch in front of me. The noise was hypnotizing. Alone, it's all I could focus on. And then deafening as it got closer and closer. It was running on 4 legs. I could hear that much snarling and growling loudly. Again, I have no clue what came over me to actually move, but I remember why I did it. I can only describe it as a mother's love and a trust with her child. My mom told me multiple times paranormal hates lights. She even gave me a nightlight in my room after finding out about all the stories. I told her I trusted my mother and I didn't know what else to do. Right as I could hear it nearing the doorway, I lunged forward and flicked the light on. Nothing. All the noises stopped. It was silent. My eyes adjusted to the light as I stared in every nook, trying to find anything that would scream danger to me, but nothing. Even as a little girl, I wanted to rationalize this. My father was sleeping on the floor. My mother sleeping on the couch, undisturbed. Both sleeping peacefully. No scratch marks in the carpet. An empty pizza box door locked. No animals' TV off. Remote on the side table, absolutely nothing. I turned off the light. I didn't want to wake my parents, but I stood there in case I heard it again. But silence. I ran over to my mother and climbed on top of her as fast as I could, burying myself against her body as I tried to sleep. And eventually, somehow I did. After that incident, all those things stopped. I grew up and never really spoke about it. Unless talking about paranormal stuff, I will always hold these memories fond in my heart. And despite growing out of these beliefs, I saw into adulthood, I will also. Always be fond of my mom's loyalty to her faith, and teaching me it as a young girl, to this day. She's still religious and speaks to me about that faith. I spoke to her about growing up in that house, where it all started for me. I wanted to hear her point of view, now that I was adult and I could understand better. I started off by telling her that my earliest memory I could recall was seemingly crawling on the floor, and everything had a yellow tint to it, and I was heading to a bowl on the ground, and I heard a high-pitched dog bark. She was shocked and confirmed that she remembered that day too. Apparently, I had a habit of trying to eat out of the dog's bowl, and the small dog we had named Sassy chased after me and actually tried to attack me over it. She was shocked I remembered that. It's what I believe my first conscious memory. I told her I remember other stuff and went on about the paranormal things. She 100% agrees with me. Her and my father, actually. My father, I don't believe, was a believer of the paranormal until we lived in that house. And she confirmed and stated, we lived in a haunted house, and that paranormal things happened to them as well. Remember, the man by my bed with the mark on his face and neck. Earlier in the story, my parents believe that was my grandfather that night. My grandfather had a birthmark on his cheek, down to his neck. I saw the photos. My grandfather died before I was born. My father was only 17 when he lost him. That was really rough for my father. He was a hard-working man. He had 5 children. He was very work-motivated. He was a family guy, and I wish I would have gotten to meet him. I really do. My dad always says, he was like the father that you count on. You know, and my mother said there was a breaking point, and she was freaked out. That she came home and she was yelling at the house. Like just yelling like, we get it. If you're worried about your grandbabies, they're okay. Stop worrying about them. They're protected. They're safe. They're this. And just yelling out to any spirit that's listening. Hoping it's my grandfather. And if she was able to tell him, hey, they're okay. Stop all this. He'd be able to rest easy. I remember my mom explained to me that she went to a pastor to seek advice. I know. She told me that the advice she did receive did help. But upon hearing this, I wondered if my grandpa was checking on us. In the shadow of the man. What if that was him without me noticing? I wonder what he would have thought of me. And how did he truly come to visit us? If he were hurting about having to see us in a spiritual way rather than physical. I wonder if he still checks on us every now and then. I wonder if any of our loved ones I lost check on us, if they're able to and where they are now. But one thing I cannot shake is that night. I can find comfort in my mother's explanation, but pushing my sister along with the memory, I can't forget that couldn't be my grandpa. And to this day, I don't know what it could have been, but whatever's on the other side, I don't think I want to know what it was. Now I'm all grown up, moved out of state, and I'm in a relationship. And despite these events not happening since then, in the back of my head, I always remind myself that when I walk to the bathroom at night, when I'm home alone while my girlfriend's at work, when I least expect it as I enter a room, what if it comes back? To share your true story with our community, head on over to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. Everybody gets a response to get in touch with me. You can find links to everything in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. Please listen to the story, Roommates. In a small college town in the Midwest, a group of roommates moves in, expecting a fun summer, until something unseen makes its presence known. My name is Edwin, and here is Brain's true scary story. This took place in 2020. It was in a little riverside college town in the Midwest. It was 5 of us girls who were just moving into a new college-style house. Some of us had already graduated from school, so we were going to just all be there for an extra year, whether that be working or just finishing up school. One of the girls of the house that we were moving into had already lived there for a few years, and we were all friends with her. 4 of us moving into the house were brand new. We moved in, though, mid-May of 2020. Unfortunately, we had left by the beginning of August of 2020, so it was short-lived. Just to understand the story, I will have to lay out what the house looked like. It's very important to know what levels, what rooms. Everything makes the story easier to follow. It was a 2-story house. When you walk into the front door, though, it was a stairwell that separated the levels, so if you went down the hallway, straight through the stairwell, it was a little hallway that led to the basement. The basement was just storage. Nothing really that important. When you walk into the stairwell, directly off to the right, there's another door that leads to the main level. And then obviously when you walk in, there's a stairwell as well that goes up to the upper level. That also has a door that leads into that top. On the main level, there are 2 bedrooms with its own bathroom and its own kitchen. And that's also where the main living space is, with the living room that we all share. Upstairs, there's also 3 bedrooms, and it does also have its own bathroom and its own kitchen. How it was all split off is also very important, of who was in what room. I had leased one of the rooms on the main level of the 2, and then there was the other girl who had lived there full time, lived in the other room over the summer. I had another job back in my hometown, so I was going to be traveling back and forth. So I actually sublet out my room downstairs to someone that I knew for that summer, just so it was paid for, and then I would just come back every once in a while to visit. Upstairs, there were the 3 bedrooms. 2 of them, again, were going to be there full time, and the 3rd roommate was not going to be there all summer long. So it worked out that when I would come to visit, I would just stay in her room so I had a place to sleep. Stay put my things while I would be visiting. In the beginning, mid-May. When we had moved in, everything was really fun. It was the beginning of 2020, obviously. So COVID was hitting. We didn't have a lot of options of things to do, so we spent a lot of time together. We watched movies and played games. One of the girls had access to the rooftop from their rooms. We would sit out there and listen to music. It started off really well those first few weeks. The subleaser had moved into my room at the end of May, so I had gone home to start my job. A few weeks later, though, I had come back to visit and was staying in the room upstairs. The girls had mentioned some weird things happening. Nothing had really been off. No weird occurrences had happened with the tenants that lived there before. and we all knew them so. This was very strange that these things were happening. It started very small. That night, all of their doors were closed. So the two girls that were living there, as well as the empty room, all of the doors were closed. At night, when they would sleep, the girls stated that when they were sleeping, either trying to fall asleep, or they'd wake up in the middle of the night from it. They would hear humming coming from the hallways. They didn't specifically say if it sounded like a specific song, random little humming noises. That would be coming from the hallway, and then just go away and randomly reappear. The door to the empty room they did also keep closed. When they would wake up, the door would always be open. The weird thing about this, though, was that door was particularly hard to open and close, so it wasn't wind or something we could rationalize off. What would open that besides someone actually physically opening it themselves? Something that we still don't understand to this day is the only room in the house that has a padlock on it. Don't know why it was there. We don't know who had put that on there. And eventually, we did start. Sing it when the door wouldn't stop opening. And eventually, closing in the middle of the night. At that point, things were still fairly new. We were rationalizing off those little occurrences that were happening. But it just felt heavy upstairs. Whenever I'd walk around, I would creep around the corner first. Or walk really slow, like I felt like I had to establish and see everything in the space before I would feel comfortable walking into it. I just was so curious. I felt like something was seriously watching me all the time, no matter what room I was in. Bathroom. Kitchen, it was bad. One of my first real experiences was while I was taking a shower. A lot of these events happen so fast, and it's really hard to always remember the order of operations. But this definitely happened towards the beginning, when I was in the shower again. It was the same feeling of being watched. I kept looking outside the curtains, and I know sometimes you do that when you're alone, and you kind of a little paranoid. But I seriously was looking out very frequently, looking behind me. I felt a little tickle on my neck, but I was again trying to rationalize that, saying, I'm in the shower. The water's running on me. I'm washing my hair. But I tried to end of that shower as soon as possible. Once I got out, I did bring up to the two girls that lived upstairs when they got home that I took a shower. And it felt weird, you know. I felt like something tickled me. But I think I'm just overreacting. They looked at me and they said, "Oh, we don't shower alone. If someone's taking a shower in there, they leave the door open, or someone's sitting on the toilet next to them. Because when they're in the shower and they're alone, or no one's near them, their hair will move. Like someone's picking up their hair, picking at it or rubbing their back. The shower, and this also happens to the sink, will just turn really hot, scalding hot all of a sudden, and they'll just kind of jump out of the water. They just will not be alone in that room." Their reactions when I had told them about the shower, and when they were explaining to me, you know, how they don't shower without someone with them. It seemed more matter of fact, like it was happening so often that they were like, duh, why would you shower alone? I was freaked out, and they were freaked out by all of the occurrences. But that was just something that had happened so often. I think they were just, unfortunately, used to it at that point. We were having a lot of fun together, so we kind of put up with it for a while. And they just brushed that off, until it started to get worse. This only happened upstairs, so The girls downstairs really didn't experience anything. I'm not quite sure if they believed the girls upstairs, but I experienced it myself. With all of these things occurring at night, with the humming, the door opening. We started sleeping with our lights on. We tried to rationalize that. Maybe if we left the lights on, it wouldn't do those things. We'd trick it to think we were awake. One of my roommates in particular, Megan, had the typical college lights, the sticky lights that are around your ceiling, and you have a remote that turns them on and off, and they can change color. The lights would turn off, so you would try to keep the lights on to sleep, but they would just randomly turn off. She kind of tried to experiment with it and move the remote that she had under her, or sleep with it under the bed. For some reason, if something's touching it, it can't. But she had done this, and the next morning, she woke up and the lights were turned off, and she had looked, and the plug from the wall had actually been ripped out. Something had physically taken the plug out of the wall because it wasn't able to access the remote, that she had to turn the lights off. That also happened in the room I was staying in. It was controlled by a remote, and it even was happening when we were moving in. We just thought, oh, these lights are broken. Why do they keep turning off? But we still don't really understand. I guess after all of this. But we think it might be related to what was happening in Megan's room, but we're not quite sure. At this point, we don't know what's going on. We have an inkling that it's maybe something messing with us, but we don't really know. We haven't seen anything. It's all been things that we've been trying to rationalize. Maybe bad plumbing, maybe bad electrical, maybe the house is moving, so the door is opening. But then, it started to become more frightening and obvious. My one roommate, Sarah, was targeted by these scary things, a little bit more than others. One of them was she was up in her room doing homework, watching TV, and she had randomly heard blood-curdling scream coming from downstairs. Just horrible screaming. Thought someone was injured. So she ran out of her room, ran down the stairwell, burst into the living room, and then went and checked on the roommates to see what was going on, and both the subleaser, as well as the other roommate that lived downstairs, were both just chilling in their room, watching Netflix, not doing anything. No noises, nothing. So that happened multiple times. You would be upstairs and just hear noises downstairs, and nothing would be there at all. We all had very vivid dreams as well. I was staying in the room that had the padlock on it. It was really hot, so I had a fan on. I had my laptop up playing some kind of show on Netflix. I was trying to fall asleep. And I did turn the lights off. My leg was sticking out from under the covers, and it felt like something was kind of tickling my leg. But again, I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was the wind of the fan, with maybe some leg hairs. I don't know, I tried, and then all of a sudden, it kind of became like scratch. So I immediately sat up, and I didn't even think to turn on a flashlight or turn on the room lights. I took a picture with the flash. I was going to send it to my friend, who was actually leasing that room, and I was going to send her that picture. And I looked at it, and there was a red scratch mark and a bruise, and kind of a little hole in my leg in that part. I don't remember there being a bruise there before. I don't remember there being a red mark. It looked like there might have been a scab on my leg. That was kind of ripped off. It had scared me enough that I turned the lights on and was trying to sleep with the lights on again. Somehow that night, I did fall asleep. My first dream was me having a lake day with my family. We were all swimming in the lake. Some of us were outside on the dock, but most of us were swimming. All of a sudden, the lake had turned black. Everyone's eyes had turned black, and they just all had a blank stare and were going underwater. The family members, including me, who did not do that. They were trying to swim underneath their feet and pull them under and drown them. And I remember in my dream taking a t-shirt and trying to cover my feet so, I wouldn't get pulled down. Then all of a sudden it snapped, and I was in a field. It was a big, open, green rolling hills field, and I was standing there with a goat that was on its hind legs. Somewhere in this, the goat had assaulted me. I then woke up because I had wet the bed. I have never wet the bed before in my life. Adult life, middle school childhood. I even called my dad to ask. I said, "Is this a habit that maybe I'm reverting back to?" And he's like, "No. You never did through my college years. Never." Obviously, I was mortified. This wasn't my bed, so I got up immediately. I took all of the sheets down to the washing machine. I threw them in and I called my friend, just wanting to be transparent and let her know and apologize. And she said, wait, 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 back up, she said. What was in your dream? And I had mentioned the dream. And she said, Bryn, do you not realize that the goat is an animal, representative of the devil? And I processed that. I said, yeah. You're correct saying that. So from that night on, I never slept in that room again. I moved all of my things downstairs, and I slept in the living room. Even in the living room, though. Even though there was no really occurrences downstairs, the dogs that were my roommates would still bark at dark corners randomly. They would bark at the door that led to the stairwell. They would just bark at it incessantly at random, although those things would happen again. I didn't know if that was just dogs being dogs, but I felt a lot safer downstairs. But yeah, after that, nope, never slept in that room ever again. And I don't think anyone else has. None of our roommates have. At some point during all of this, I was at my hometown and Megan, my roommate, had told her mom. And her mom was concerned enough that she called the medium to try to come in to see if she could help. When we were telling the medium about what was happening, she said that it sounded like there might be two things there. She said she would be willing to help. And she did say, I want to do a drive by the night before, just to get a feel for the house, before I actually come in. She did a drive by and by the morning. She had blocked all 3 of their phone numbers and never got back to us. So at that point, we were kind of just on our own. We also did a lot of research on the house and couldn't find any dirt on the house. We couldn't find anything about any kind of weird offense, any crimes. The house was right next to a Lutheran church, so we have no idea if that had anything to do with it. The house was also under construction. On the external parts of it, they were doing new windows and new walls, so we were just trying to grasp at any, maybe, reason why these things would have happened to us, and no one else. Unfortunately, things did not get any better. They actually got more physical again. I had mentioned that I had a bruise on my leg. Sarah had bruises all over her body. I even mentioned when I woke up the next morning, look at what's on my leg, and she said, oh, I have those all over me. so she had bruises all over her body, all up her legs, her arms. One weekend she had left to go camping, and all of the bruises had gone away. When she came back within a few days, they were all back. They just felt something touching them when they would be sleeping. So both of them really didn't get a lot of sleep. So both of them were kind of just mentally not there for a few months. Sarah also had an encounter where she was in her room, and she was working on homework, and she had all of her things kind of spread out on the floor. She was just working, head down, legs crossed, leaning over, and she had a mirror, a glass mirror. So not one of the kind of plastic, cheap ones you can put over your door. She had a glass mirror that was leaning up against the wall. She had looked up at one point. She saw something moving, and the mirror was actually tipping over onto her, and she was able to catch it. If she didn't look and see it and catch it, it probably would have smashed over her head. The most concerning part of that, besides her potentially getting injured, was this mirror was leaning against the wall. If it were to fall, it should have slid. The bottom of it should have come out from under it, and should have slid and fell flat, but it tipped up and over, and she had to catch it to stop it. Megan, at night, had a few encounters as well of being touched, just like Sarah had this first night. It was most vivid for her. She was laying in bed, obviously had the lights on, and she could see handprints crawling into her bed, on her sheets. Once they got close enough, she could feel the pressure of the blankets getting tighter around her and on her. That happened more than one occasion. Soon, it started actually showing itself, but we still don't know what this thing really was. Megan one night was asleep. She had woken up because she heard something in the corner of her room. She sat up and looked, and there was a little boy standing in the corner of her room, just looking at her. She described him maybe as like 6 years old. Didn't really get enough of a look to get outfit or anything, but definitely saw a little boy standing in the corner of her room. She looked away, and it wasn't there. The door at the top of the stairwell, it started moving in the middle of the night, and opening and closing and knocking. Someone would be knocking at it, so they would start locking it when they would be home, or when they would be sleeping. And you'd have to use the key to get into the upstairs. Even when they locked it, the knocking still continued. But they started hearing, like someone trying to get in with a key. And one time, they actually came home, and Sarah had seen some kind of little boy moving around the key that had been in the door, and then it had gone away. So they had seen this apparition of a little boy multiple times, but again, the medium had said that it seemed like there might be multiple things, and these things were scaring us. It was like meaning to make us feel uncomfortable. So we don't particularly believe that. It might have just been this little boy trying to mess with us, all of our dreams, and just the horrible feelings we had. It felt like something might be acting as a little boy, or there might be multiple things that were there. We still to this day don't really understand why all this happened. We didn't really talk about it for a long time. I was honestly hesitant to come on and share it, because the people that lived in there before us never had anything. But ultimately, it became so overwhelming and furious, and just ultimately scary. They weren't sleeping, we weren't sleeping. I wasn't able to be in the house anymore. We all left the house by the beginning of August. We were getting subleases, and we all had different places to live. We're still not sure if. Maybe it followed one of us into the house. We're not sure if anything continued after that. We felt kind of bad about it, but it doesn't sound like anything happened. To the new subleasers, but we did not disclose anything to the new subleasers. It didn't seem like it was targeting the people before, and we were so desperate to get out. I think they were a little suspicious as to why we were leaving so fast. I would be. But we were all able to get subleasers really quick, and we were able to move out, luckily, really quick. I don't think it's followed any of us afterwards. I think we've all been able to just move on. But we couldn't put up with what was going on. We were too scared that we did have to leave. To share your own story with our community, go to truescarystory.com. And if you have questions or want to get in touch, I'll leave my information in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. See you soon. Please listen to the story, Unwelcome Visitor. Don't listen to this one alone. What she thought was her uncle's spirit returning turned into a terrifying encounter that she will never forget. My name is Edwin, and here is Angie's true scary story. My name is Angelica. I live in Murrieta, California. This happened in Temecula, California. More Winchester. Past Lake Skinner, its very secluded area hills, cows, fences, and your closest neighbor is about a mile away. At night, it was pretty scary. The only lights you can see were the houses that you can see through the hills. Around this time, my parents had divorced, and we lived in a home in Monrovia Valley. In that home, I experienced a lot of dark energy. During their divorce, it was very ugly. I have to say it was like a spiritual battle going on. We ended up moving to my aunt and uncle's home. In Winchester, they graciously opened up their home to us because my mother had nowhere to go at this time. My uncle and my aunt, they were working and they had their own business. They were pretty well off. They had a beautiful property. It was a ranch, we call it El Rancho. It was a one-story flat, and with 3 houses in the back. The only people who would come were those who lived there. Around 1995, I was 13 or 14 years old. My uncle passed away. It was very unexpected. He had gotten into a car accident. It was pretty tragic. He actually ended up on the news. We didn't know what to make of this, or how to move past this. He was a pretty big part of our family. He had such a huge personality. He was a father figure to a lot of people. Especially me during that time, it was very hard. 2 months later, or still getting over his passing. This happened early in the morning. I was sleeping. I heard 3 knocks. It was like somebody knocking on the door. It wasn't fast, it was like a normal knock. The first one was like knock. The second round got a little bit louder. Third round got a little bit louder. I was awoken up by the second 3 knocks. I was just laying in bed. I was looking around. I knew that it was very early. I didn't hear birds chirping. I didn't hear the dogs barking. Again, I hear 3 loud knocks. I'm looking around and I'm scared. I'm just thinking to myself, am I the only one who's awake? Am I the only one who's hearing this? I turn to my cousin who's laying next to me. We shared a room. I go to wake up my cousin. I push her. She does not wake up. I hear 3 loud bangs again. The door that these bangs are happening on, they're on a security gate. This door is really sensitive. You can hear a tap, or if you close it, it vibrates throughout the whole house. My cousin is not waking up. I'm just thinking to myself, What is going on this early in the morning? It's a house full of people. I slowly walk out. I peek my head out into the hallway, and I look. I'm quiet. I didn't say anything. I'm just looking to see if anybody else is hearing it. In this property, when you walk out into the hallway, I have turned left. You immediately come to the kitchen on your left, and then to the right is the door. In the kitchen, there is a bar countertop with 3 bar stools, and the very first one, and the end was my uncle's favorite chair. I'm walking slowly throughout the house. I walk over to his favorite chair, and I sit there. During this time while I was walking, I didn't hear any more banging or knocking. I was like, okay, I'll just sit here and wait. I don't know what that was about, but I'm the only one awake so far. I sit down and I look around, confused, but also waiting for something. Then again, I heard 3 loud bangs, and this time they were so loud it was like gunshots. I jumped out of the chair. I was terrified. I ran over to the door. I opened it, and I opened the security gate. There was nobody there. My uncle's favorite dog was outside. He was just walking towards me. And then he turned his head. He must have seen something. I'm guessing it was my uncle. He jumped up and he was extremely happy to see somebody. That wasn't there. I had no idea. Nobody that I can see was there. He was jumping up and down, wagging his tail, and this is a very lazy dog he does. Doesn't really give attention, unless it's somebody very specific. I was just very focused on that. It was hard for me to process everything that was going on. My uncle, who was staying with us, ended up opening the window after this had transpired, and he goes, "Do you see that?" I go, "Yeah, I see that." He's just dumbfounded. He's just looking at me with his mouth open. I just stand there finally. Everyone slowly starts to wake up. My aunt comes out. What was that? Or what's going on, my cousin, who previously I tried shaking awake. She comes over to the kitchen. Everyone has this like, "What's going on?" look on their face. They're asking questions, and I said, "You guys didn't hear those 3 loud knocks." My tia, who knows far more about spirituality and what certain things mean than I do. She says, "Wait, how many knocks?" I said, 3 knocks. She just stood there and she goes, "Why did you open the door? Why didn't you come and ask me?" And I was just, I don't know. I was so confused, and I was like, did I do something bad? My tia, she just stayed quiet. She wasn't mad at me. She was mad at what was going on. She stood quiet. My cousins looked at me and they're like, "You don't know what that means?" And I go, "No, I don't. I personally think that I was targeted. Everyone else was put to sleep." She had a maid who's still alive, by the way, who practices Santeria. She would do these little rituals. I was there to witness them, to see them. So after this event transpired that night, she was called by my aunt to come back because she was visiting family, either in Mexico or in Los Angeles. She explained to her what happened and what's going on. "You need to come. You need to cleanse the home. You need to do something because I know something's off." My aunt was like, I knew something was going to happen because she was gone. I don't know the background and what was going on, but I knew that they would do veneration spells or ask Mythia's maid to conjure in spirits or get consultations through people that they trusted in the spirit world. Now I know some people, or those that are listening, may feel like that's not possible, but it truly is. There are people out there who can invite spirits into them. She was that person. She was the one that was cleaning, and she was organizing. And then all of a sudden, she would faint. And then it would be somebody completely different. She was just only Spanish speaking, and she would start talking perfect English, like in a deep voice, like a man's voice. I would just yell, "Tia Blanquita fainted again." She knew exactly what that meant, though I was a little scared of her. My aunt and uncle spoke to her in Spanish. Whenever she would say something, my cousins would have to translate. It was in perfect English. That really threw me off. I was scared. That was the very first time I had ever seen anything like that. I had never experienced seeing any sort of ability to that degree before. Like I've heard of maybe a witch or something, and stuff like that for Halloween. But I just never understood the gravity or the level of abilities that some people may have. I'm here at the house and I'm scared because I have no idea what's going to happen. All I know is that I would hear cabinets open and close. My cousins were afraid to go. Use the restroom by themselves. The tension in the air, and what everyone was feeling was just scared. My aunt was upset, but she told me, "You might have let in a demon." She goes, "You've never heard about not opening doors, especially when doors are being knocked. And there's nobody there, somebody's knocking. And of course, we're in the middle of nowhere." I thought it was maybe family or something. The maid comes back and she walks in the door, and it reminds me of that scene from Poltergeist where the psychic comes through the door. She just looks around, and she has a very serious look on her face. She asks my aunt what she's been experiencing. And just to go back a little bit, it took her like 5 days to get back from where she was at, because she was visiting family. So she wanted to spend her time. How do we fix what's happened? Because I don't want to live in fear anymore. She goes, "I can't even go into my bedroom because I feel like somebody's watching me. Couldn't take a shower alone. I had to ask my cousin to come to the restroom with me, to sit down, because I was so scared." Everyone had that same feeling. So the maid she has, I guess one of her spirits that she communicates, that comes through her to my aunt, ends up coming to her like an hour within who she's at in the house, from when I was told she's a nun. She's a nun who had passed away, maybe in a different century. She basically says somebody sent something to you. I guess my aunt and uncle had a lot of people that were jealous of them, of their success, that also practiced or dabbled in maybe some black magic. They waited for whatever low vibrational or dark entity to be sent to her home. Of course, me being the vulnerable one, I was the one who opened the door. And I don't live with guilt. It was just more of not knowing. Maybe a little bit of ignorance. No one ever talks about that. No one ever told me. Later on that night, the maid. She's cleaning, she's working, and she faints. It's my uncle. He starts speaking through her. You have to know that. Whenever a spirit enters someone's body, that person takes on their mannerisms. That person takes on their whole personality. That's who they are, how they walk, how they speak. Even her face changed. Everyone had their mouth covered and was crying. He said he didn't want to die. He came back, but he brought something with him. If you can travel, or if you can maybe hitchhike, or if spirits make deals, and I don't know, I always try to rationalize, thinking, why would he do this? Or is there something that might have followed him? Then again, knowing that somebody else sent it, that ended up making sense. The maid was walking around just like him, opened the fridge, started drinking the way that he drank. My uncle, he was a drinker. He enjoyed his alcohol. He started to drink. Or she started to drink. The maid started to talk to my aunt. He was just saying how sorry he was. And in mid-sentence, that's when she fainted. Once the maid ends up fainting, she's exhausted. She cannot do anything. She needs to rest because it's so much energy that's being used. So she rests. The next day, she performs this ritual with a huge pan on the floor. She puts all these herbs in the middle. I had no idea what was going on. I just know that I was a part of it. It was just so interesting to see her gather up all these ingredients, and there were just flowers and herbs and different types of roses. I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay. I had a million questions. I'm like, am I going to get hurt or what's going to happen? Everybody else pretty much knew. What she was doing was for the betterment. Me being newer and not being exposed to this at all. I was a little scared, but my cousin talked me down. This is so we can help move him out. Help move him on where he needs to go. I said, okay, if that's what it's for, I'm all in. She puts balm or incense into the pan, and there's a good smoke going. She starts singing these prayers, these words, and she's praying. Each of us had to walk over the pan, but in a cross. We walk up, walk back, and then go to the other side. So then it was like, you would make the sign of the cross. Each of us had to do that. After that was done, she had to go through each room, everywhere in the house, and do her thing. I didn't follow her, even though I wanted to, because I was so interested in what she was doing. I just stood back. After that, she says, okay, give it time. Probably within an hour, the house felt so beautiful. Everything was lifted. Everything felt back to normal. Even though he had passed away, it didn't feel like anybody was there staring at me. The house didn't feel heavy anymore. I wasn't living in fear. We didn't hear things throughout the house. I was happy in that sense. But I was just sad because I let whatever was in. Even now, I have the conversation with my kids. If you ever hear knocks, if you ever hear anything at the door, you always look. You just don't ever automatically open the door. My kids always ask me why. Because sometimes there's things out there that are not good. That will come to your door and knock. Sometimes you won't see anybody. You might hear a voice. Because that's happened before to my aunt. She's told me that something comes knocking on her door. And she's heard a voice. And there's nobody there. I just tell them always look. Especially knocks in 3. Just being involved in my aunt's home. And getting to know my aunt's maid. I ended up asking her questions. And since I don't know Spanish really well, I asked my cousin to ask her. She ended up telling me that when she lived in her country, she was a teenager, she was told that she's a schizophrenic because she would hear voices. She would see things. People just thought that she had either schizophrenia or she was undergoing psychosis. So she was cast out of her family for a while because she was experiencing all these things that she had no idea what was going on. One day she just couldn't take it. She ran away from home. She ended up on the streets of Mexico. She was just laying on the floor covering her ears. And she was saying, no, Maz, I can't take this anymore. She said, a woman came up to her, showed her hand, and she said, you're not crazy. I see it in you. You have the gift to Tatianis Eldon. When she told me that, I got immediate chills. I was like, wow, she just saw you and saw that in you. She goes, yeah. She took me under her wing. And this was a lady that she's never met before. She just explained to her and she sat her down. She goes, I'm gonna teach you how to use your gifts. Or else. You're gonna live your life feeling like you're crazy. You're most likely gonna end up ending yourself. Because you don't know how to wield it into your favor. I was told by the maids that I had certain abilities. I feel like I might be clairvoyant or clairaudient. A lot of information comes through me, through dreams or through knowing. I've carried that with me. I hear those same thoughts in my mind, and it's almost like I'm not thinking them. If you want to share your story with us, head on over to truescarystory.com and fill out the form. We'll get in touch to see if we can record it. To support our show and get episodes without ads, check out Scary Plus over on scaryplus.com. It's free for 2 weeks and then for $99 a month. You can cancel anytime. Thank you very much for listening. Keep it scary, everyone. See you soon. 1.